Hanky spanky, why so cranky? Meatball Morrissey, disruption to corruption. Free Karen Reed, that's me. Action Jackson and Yannetti, building the dream team. Liza Little, Tory Georgia, let's see energy. Bye-bye Lally, who would've thought we'd miss you lollygagging? And here's to praying, hoping, waiting, justice won't be lagging. Hanky spanky, why so cranky? Meatball Morrissey, disruption to corruption. Free Karen Reed, that's me. Jennifer McKay, she's a piece of work. Hoes long to die in cold, girl, we know you made that search. Mean girl shit, her lies be shining bright. And we all don't know that John was beaten in a fight. Hanky spanky, why so cranky? Meatball Morrissey, disruption to corruption. Free Karen Reed, that's me. Brian Albert, king of Canton, calling Chloe it. Bumping uglies with your cocoa butt, dialing that ain't it. Mediocre chicken parm, Chrissy board select. Julie Albert bringing donuts in a freaking blizzard. Hanky spanky, why so cranky? Meatball Morrissey, disruption to corruption. Free Karen Reed, that's me. Brian Higgins got no game, weed whacker. Where's the Jeep? I'm in the blue bubble. Haha, the Lexus did not hit. Bet the homeowners will cop some shit. They said to Michael Proctor. Nope, he said not happening. Oh, how the lofty fall. Hanky spanky, why so cranky? Meatball Morrissey, disruption to corruption. Free Karen Reed, that's me. 227, it's a numbers game. 12, 10 lies uttered with no shame. 22 seconds is long enough to get your story straight and take it to your grave. And speaking of grave, beef has grave concerns. Your commonwealth engaging on nefarious terms. Should ever accuse when you had the chance. It's go time, Bev, let's dance. Hanky spanky, why so cranky? Meatball Morrissey, disruption to corruption. Free Karen Reed, that's me. Tristan Morris can't tell the time. Caitlin found a dog. What's the reason for these lies? So many discrepancies. 47 taillight pieces, and Colin was in the house. The basement floor, those bulkhead doors. And what about that Ford Edge? Need we say more? 3 flights of stairs, the waterfall inverted, salad board, the bukkake of it all. Hanky spanky, why so cranky? Meatball Morrissey, disruption to corruption. Free Karen Reed, that's me. Jury team, we believe in you. Reasonable doubt is coming to you. Free Karen Reed is what you need to do. 'Cause justice for Officer John O'Keefe needs you.
Ah, hi, shorties. How you going? Oh my God, I can hear the dogs. Here we are. Hi, puppies. Hey, shorties. Happy Saturday. How are we all? True Crime Butterfly, hi. Oh, Simi, hi. Reese, hello. Buster, hi. Lindsay's here. Colors is saying hello to everyone. Fantastic. Kerry's perjury indictment. Is that you, Margaret? I feel like maybe that's you, but I don't know. Who's that? We don't know that one. Tell us who you are, who you were. Steph, hi. Micah, amazing. Look, there we go. Stream Elements is awake. I saw Shelley saying, what the hell, Stream Elements? Where are you, man? And here we are. Life Artist, hi. Janine, hi. Oh, my goodness. My brain's feeling a bit overloaded all of a sudden. I'm not sure. There we go. Yes, Colors is an undercover Jedi ninja. Phew. Michelle, hi. Oh, Dennis, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, hold up a tick. Hold up. Pull up, bitches. Buster? Pig's ears. We haven't got to the pig's DNA yet in the old retrial, but we'll get there, I'm sure. They going for you? Crunching's better than panting, apparently. So, Dennis, thank you so much. I've been prepping myself to explain to you. Oh, pigs are in my fingers. Explain to you how I'm the worst grifter ever. And then suddenly I come up with a bit of a grift here. Thank you so much, Dennis. Love your support. Let me scrolling.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Cha-ching. Oh my goodness. Same, wrong one. Cha-ching. Now, on that note, let me put these earbuds in. On that note, we're not going to have a draw this week. All of the names from tonight, if any, well, Dennis, so far you're almost 100% likely to win a Miss Shorty merch t-shirt next week. Every buy me a coffee, super chat, super sticker. Got the wrong earbuds in. Jeez. Anyway, I'll do it in a minute. All of the money that comes to the channel, you go in the draw for a Miss Shorty t-shirt or top off the merch store. So Dennis, you're in the draw. I had a very kind super thanks from Pep Player after the stream last night. So you're in the draw too, sir. Thank you. But Dennis, you are in the draw. Last week, Mr. Meathook won. And Ms. True Crime Butterfly, you're also in. So it's gifted memberships, buy me a coffee, Cash App, PayPal, all of that. I got to pick up my grift game. I'm doing this purely for the love at the moment, chat. So let me just write your name down, gorgeous, so I don't forget. Welcome to membership. Yes. So I don't know, I don't know why I've been so discombobulated all week. Let me just catch my breath. Let me get my earbuds working because that's wild. They normally just hook in, but today they're going, there we go. All is well in the world. Thank you so much for being here. Before we go any further, replay crew, hi. Thanks for watching on the replay. If you'd like to watch the live chat replay, it's easy peasy. All you need to do is swipe left on the comment tab and it will give you the option to watch live chat replay. Instead, I do try to get most of the comments up on the screen, but sometimes it's fun to just see what's happening as it happens. This is my latest. Oh, I've got my shirt tucked in. That's me. Didn't even realize that would look like that. I love it. I got trackies on today because it's Sunday here, and my Miss Shorty bold and mysterious long sleeve tee in navy. Love 1010. Thank you, Princey. Yes, I love tucking my shirt in. Normally I wear tights, and today I'm like, I'm not wearing tights. I'm just going to be comfortable, and you got to see me in all my tucked in glory. I know, Steph, right? The navy. It's the shirt that's on the It's the shirt that's on. Like it's linked to the store on the YouTube, like it's one of the featured ones. I was like, what is that? Like we've got so many things on the website, on the merch store. So I was like, I have to have that. Thanks. And navy, love, 1010. Reese, yes. You weren't here last night, but I had a poll last night for the live stream that was, have you ever watched a retrial before? Yes, no biggie. Or option B was no, it's surreal and discombobulating. And that's, it's kind of wild, huh? Kind of wild. Hi, Maiden. Good to see you. Have I missed anybody? Did I say? Oh, Candy. Yes. Hi, Candy. I saw Debbie Blair was here and she's going out. So she said she's going to catch the replays. Thanks for stopping by. The dog's crunching. Let me see. Oh, that was an old motion to screen. What the fuck? I loved the banner, particularly when I'm always late. So thank you. The banner down the bottom say, "Hey, we're coming after a song." Loved it. Thank you. Most exemplary executive producer that ever did executive produce is our girl Motion to Scream. What the fuck? Granted. She's basically carrying this channel. I'm like the president or the prime minister. I'm just the face puppet. All the work is Motion to Screen. What the fuck? Granted. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything you do. I haven't even got them all lined up. Easily 25 tabs at the top of the screen over here. It's pretty cool to have someone so supportive, so actively, not just supporting, but having autonomy to assist me get these live streams to you all. So thank you. Can everyone just drop a thank you, Motion to Screen, what the fuck? Granted, in the chat, please, because we couldn't do it without her. Oh, Nick, just to say I love your channel and the chat and AJ and colors. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, we love you, Nick. It wasn't the same with, I understand sometimes life gets in the way, but Nick wasn't really in chat yesterday and I've got tears in my eyes. It was kind of weird. You do fucking rock. You do. She does. You do. And she's always backstage. She works full time like me. I'm sure a far more stressful job than I have. I couldn't do it without you. So thank you. Now, last night, we kind of just, scraped through with rather a random selection of things. Everybody, I think, really wanted to debrief about Jennifer McCabe. So I'm going to ask for your vote. Oh, there's a poll. There's a poll, and I've got memberships to give away. So we'll do that. Make sure you hit the like. You have no option but to subscribe if you're in the chat. I don't know. Maybe I'll turn off subscribers only mode. I'm trying to just walk and talk chat before we get going. I'm really trying to work out a way that I know the YouTube's is super saturated with Karen Reid content at the moment. I said this last night. I'll say it again. We've been doing this for a year, y'all. And I know there's so many places to watch what we watch and what you watch, like too many. So thank you for being here. And if anybody's got any ideas that are sensible, let me know. My first question would be, do you really think I should have subscribers only mode turned on? Like, people can unsubscribe. Is that really a turn off? Fuck. Anyway, it's a whole thing. Yes, while you're watching, thanks, Princey. If you hit that flying heart next to the chat bar, we've heard it sends a message to YouTube that, like, hey, I'm loving this content. You should tell other people to come and watch it also. So do that when and if you think of it. There's the other, like there's 100%. There's a eyeball, a party. Woo! So this. I didn't play Nick's. I didn't play. You know what I'm going to play for you, Nick? Because I don't really want to call you a motherfucker. Not these days. I'm joking. How about this?
And, I want to be honest with people. I don't want to be somebody I'm not, I don't live in a van. That's not me. I'm not that man. So I want to be real.
You are very real, Nick. We love you. It wouldn't be the same here without you. Also, Steph was doing live things last night. I was like, God, tonight the whole band's together. Yeah, pretty much. Right. So we've got a lot of Ian Whiffen, and it is pertinent. I mean, ready to go. Just little clips, 1 minute, 2 minute clips. Hi, Brooklyn. They can hate and subscribe though, Brooklyn, right? Surely. We're pretty cool about people. We're pretty relaxed around here in terms of policing the chat. I think my mods don't have any. In fact, when there's someone that's a bit suspicious in the chat, we have a private mod chat, and they're usually like, what do we want to do here? And I'm the one that will say, I'll boot that person, and it very rarely happens. Flying heart. The little heart next to the chat bar. Brooklyn. Oh, Reese. Sorry. Yikes. So that. Did I say hi, Simi? Yes, I did. So chat. One's in the chat. If you're okay with holding up, like bang bang, pull up, bitch. Before we get to Jennifer McCabe and just watch a little bit of the Whiffen stuff, a selection of short clips that we have queued up here. Hi, Poppy. While you think about it, let me just pull up one thing. I got a couple of news clips too, because I kind of like that. I don't know about you, but I don't really have any time to watch anything else than like obsessively consume the content on 1.75x speed. Have a think. Let me pull this up. Pull up, bitch. But I would never call Karen Reed bitch, ever. Queen, ma'am, milady, never bitch.
Another witness, another instance of perjury, or instances, I'd say.
How do you feel about her change in demeanor?
Change in demeanor? I didn't
From
notice.
the last trial.
I did not notice.
How did you feel about
Karen, did you tell Jenn to make that Google search that morning? At
I did not.
6:23?
I did not tell Jenn to make a Google search. I certainly didn't tell her to make the one at 227 either.
What stood out to you most today?
We know all the details. We know all the changes in statements. It's just what will her reaction be, and it's just more of the same. Inconsistencies. Every statement's different. Under oath, not under oath. With the cops are all wrong. This is very similar to what we saw a year ago.
Do you think that she colluded with Kerry Roberts?
Sorry, terrible.
Because
Terrible
she's lying.
YouTubing.
Do you think she
That's it.
colluded?
Thank you.
Do you think she colluded with Kerry Roberts?
I'm going to play that again because I can. Because I can. Go, Karen. Full screen better.
Karen, how
Copy
did Jenn
please.
McCabe
Another
do?
witness, another instance of perjury, or
Simi-
instances, I'd
I'm
say.
sorry.
How do you feel
So
about her change in demeanor?
change in demeanor? I didn't
From the
notice.
last trial.
I did not notice.
How did you feel about
Karen, did you tell Jenn to make that Google search that morning? At 6:23?
I did not. I did not tell Jenn to make a Google search. I certainly didn't tell her to make the one at 227 either.
What stood out to you most today?
We know all the details. We know all the changes in statements. It's just what will her reaction
Poppy.
be, and
I'm not doing it. I love you, but
it's
no.
just more of the same. Inconsistencies. Every statement's different. Under oath, not under oath. With the cops are all wrong. This is very similar to what we saw a year ago.
Do you think that she colluded with Kerry Roberts? Why is she so inconsistent?
Because she's lying.
Do you think she
That's it.
colluded?
Thank you.
Do you think she colluded with Kerry?
Bingo colors. What we now know is that Kerry and her definitely colluded. Definitely. I'm not sure what exactly are we, and none of us will ever be, what exactly Jennifer McCabe like told Kerry to get her buy-in. Who knows? Who knows? I think it was on the fly stuff. And that here one this is only a minute 48. Let's watch this one as well. And then of course we're using the trial channel for all of our clips. Thank you, the trial channel. Love you. Your hard work. Amazing. If you're not already subscribed, please go and subscribe.
By this point in the first trial of Karen Reed, jurors had heard from some of the same witnesses, but they'd also heard how police had scooped up blood evidence in drinking cups and transported them in a shopping bag.
Those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
For this second trial, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan seems focused less on a step-by-step narrative of what happened and more focused on the forensic evidence, such as data from John O'Keefe's cell phone.
In other words, he is zeroing in on the mechanics, the statements made.
News Center 5 legal analyst Martha Coakley says another difference from the first trial is the prosecution's use of Reed's media interviews.
His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, "I think he looks like he got hit by a car."
He is using clips and video and audio clips that I think do get the jury's attention, but also to show Karen Reed in her own words.
Another difference,
Hi,
during
Anya.
her testimony last year, witness Jenn McCabe repeatedly showed frustration while under cross-examination.
SideBAH, Jennifer McCabe found the blush. She went to the Miss Shorty School of Cheeks for trial number 2 at day one particularly. Day 2, yes. By day 3, she was like, I've got the blowout again. but the rouge, as we used to call it in the olden days, is not there anymore.
I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
So far during this trial, McCabe has been more restrained, even smiling. So much so that defense attorney Alan
Sage
Jackson asked her this.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Martha Coakley says it's too soon to tell if the defense will also take a different approach to this second trial. The defense will get another chance.
Yes, it is too soon to tell. Okay. Let's start with let's go to, take a breath. Whiffen. We bypassed Whiffen last night because time, and here we are. I was going to bypass Whiffen today too because like Whiffen, but then I understood very clearly that my executive producer had a much more comprehensive idea of actually recapping. So here we are, because she was right. Thanks, what the fuck? You're always right. And if this is wrong, I don't ever want to be right. Thank you for everything you do. And hi, the trial channel. We were just shouting you out. We summoned you. So this clip, let me just play it.
And finally, those
God.
searches.
Oh God, it's Hank Brennan.
24. You mentioned that information at some point was deleted from the phone.
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that.
Wait,
but I've not been able.
Is this the last clip that I didn't put into place? Is this the redirect? What the fuck? I got everything in order, and I think this might have been the last one I played. Anyway, I mean, I aligned and didn't align it. Hi, Poppy. So let me just check, because I have a feeling that this is where I should be. Yikes. I mean, he's still kind of talking rubbish anyway, right? Poppy, you make it hard. Hi, Buster.
URL for the 623 and 624 attempted searches ultimately was removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be fair or accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Sustained. Best of form.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 623, 624 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted, ultimately, for various reasons that I can follow.
That would be an inaccurate assertion?
To say that that's the only record that was deleted is inaccurate, yes.
Now, sidebar. Not really. I want to have a lot of I want to talk a lot tonight about setting our emotions a little bit aside when we're watching, wherever we're watching. Not, I mean, here, let them run rip. But objectivity is really helpful. And it depends with whom you are watching your live or slightly delayed, like me, day-by-day trial stuff, like live trial, live court, as to how you feel about things. I very much appreciate the law tubers' perspectives. I make, like, I've been Andrea Burkhardt is probably my first. She is my first one because she doesn't talk too much during actual testimony, and then she talks in the breaks. And she has a very balanced, if not on the little critical side or negative side of the equation. And then I love EDB for the kind of the live reacts. Ian Runkle also for the kind of a little bit of fun, and then Lauren Lumber Rob. So if you're watching your trial with no commentary whatsoever, gotcha. perhaps on the Trial channel or Court TV or Law and Crime. I know Motion to Screen What the Fuck Granta loves the split screen so she can look at her man Yannetti. Hi Buster, yes, I love you. I'm trying to be professional. Then you're taking it in purely as with no explanation or breaking down or no legal analysis, right? If you're watching through say, I don't know, a non-law tuber, but with some commentary or none at all, but with with the chat going, right? It's quite easy to get swept up in misinformation or misunderstandings of what's happening legally, and and to be caught up in the fuck we hate Bev, or the not understanding why. I mean, there are some of Bev's sustained objections when, for example, during cross of Jenn, day one of cross with Jenn, Bev was sustaining a lot of objections, and she was curtailing Alan Jackson's comments. She was saying, okay, move along. And she was saying, let her finish about Jennifer McCabe. And you might not understand if you're not watching with a law tuber who explains it. And I think, well, all three, Lauren Lumber, Rob, EDB, and Andrea Burkhart, for me, are the ones who have explained that the most comprehensively, and I got the best understanding. Yeah, petty commentary is a good way to put it. Kind of like fueling the fueling, you go, thank you. Fueling the outrage, where sometimes it's helpful to wind it back so we don't get in a panic about things. And like Bev isn't the greatest, obviously. There are huge inferences, and I guess we kind of understand that a lot of the decisions she's made along the way do heavily lean towards the Commonwealth, right? But the reason, as I understand it, why Bev, and we'll get to it, but why Bev was saying let her finish when she was giving a narrative and being evasive and sustaining objections, was because a lot of what Alan Jackson was doing on day one of Jennifer McCabe's cross was objectionable. And he was being argumentative. It wasn't a great day for Alan Jackson. It just wasn't. He wasn't landing his plane. And so accordingly, Bev was, because he was not being disciplined in his questioning, she allowed for almost no discipline in Jennifer McCabe's answers. If you notice, on day two, and we'll get there, day two of cross, Jenn's cross, Bev was Alan Jackson was surgical, and Bev helped him rein in Jenn McCabe very, very rarely. I think it maybe happened 3 times tops in those 3 or 4 hours that the second day of cross-examination. Did she say let her finish? And she only did that when Alan Jackson was straying back into his kind of triggered old patterns of questioning Jenn, that strayed back into the way he was doing things on the Wednesday, right? So once you understand that on day one of the cross from Alan Jackson to Jennifer McCabe, there's a reason why Bev was letting Jenn finish when it was like we're all tearing our hair out, like going, what the fuck? It was because Bev was kind of tearing her hair out about Alan Jackson's questioning. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. He scored a few points, and we'll cover. He got the feds thing. We'll get to it, but I just think it's really important to have some objectivity and some perspective that comes from really good teachers, law tubers who are good at teaching the law. So you better understand, because there is a time and a place for outrage about Bev and what she does or doesn't do in the courtroom or out of the courtroom. But it's not helpful to just go chuck a big fat Bev's disgusting blanket over Bev and not see it for what it's worth. And when you understand the law as much as we can, not ever having gone to law school, I mean, Princey has, but I haven't. It helps rein in the the heightened emotions. It helps us regulate our emotions with what's going on here. I'm not saying Bev is a good person or a good judge, but I like to give credit where credit's due. And when Alan Jackson was doing it all, like immaculately, Bev behaved. She was good. And the times, and once you know those things, you can take a breath and go, oh, okay, I understand why she said let her finish on that one, because when you understand how proper impeachment and proper questioning of the witnesses, as best we can as lay people, is conducted, then we get it. So I don't know if some of you are feeling like a little bit out of control about things. Maybe take a look at who you're watching your trial through, and maybe, and sometimes I think it's helpful for, like, I know a lot of you watch Melanie Little, and she has such a huge understanding and of this whole case. I watched the first trial, a lot of the first trial with Melanie Little. There's not enough hours in the day for me, so I simply haven't gotten there. I've got other ones that other law tubers, which for me come first, and I guarantee you I'll go back and watch some of Melanie's stuff once the trial is done, because I love to hear all the perspectives. So I can't comment on how Melanie Little is breaking things down. But some of these other law tubers who aren't so heavily invested in the details of, like, all the stuff that the jury won't hear, I feel quite good at calling it as they see it and not getting swept up in the emotions. And I'm not saying that Melanie Little is. Like I said, I haven't watched, so I don't know. But it's been weighing on my mind a lot, because I know how I've been managing to stay feeling as okay as I can about all of this. And honestly, I'm not going into any chats. Even if it's live, that whoever I'm watching it through, I'm not in the chat. I'm just not, because it's a little too much for me. So if you're feeling a little overwhelmed, there come some of my pointers to maybe. And if you're still outraged, I mean, I'm outraged, but I don't want to feel overcome by that outrage, and because I don't understand why. Yes, Shelley, it's a lot. This case is a lot. Absolutely. Carla says, I'm trying to stay in free Karen Reid chats. See, the thing is, absolutely, that's a safe place. I mean, unless you're brave like Micah, or who else was it? Simi sometimes like lurks a bit in other chats. Like the aunties, you got to be pretty brave and pretty thick-skinned to go into those chats, and likewise for an auntie to come in to any strong free Karen Reid chat. I honestly get frustrated by the vehemence with which some people, in even, like, I don't know, I don't want to just trash Bev. I don't. That doesn't interest me. I like fairness and objectivity and credit where credit's due, and I'll call it as I see it. So say that. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Long-winded, but I had to say it. I couldn't even wait till we got to Jenn McCabe. Bus has decided he can't get in the bedroom, even though he's the size of a horse, and he could easily. Rachel says, wait. For me, it's a lot because I have a tendency to start thinking about all the other things and the injustices. Yeah. So I think sometimes in the chats, the big chats, there are people last night in our chat, I was finding it very hard to stay focused on what was happening with my live streaming, what we were doing, because everyone wanted to talk about Jenn McCabe and there was so much going on, and I actually dropped a topic reminder in there to keep my brain straight. Similarly, in chats, when it's happening live, people putting in their outrage, humans feed off energy, right? You can get caught up in the wave of the culture of a community, or of a YouTube community, or in the vibe of the chat and what's being said. And if you're particularly sensitive to other people's emotions and energies and words, and your brain is one like mine that goes and goes and goes, that can be really detrimental to keeping kind of cool and calm about it as best we can. Don't get me wrong. This is outrageous. I'm outraged. I'm not trying to downplay anyone's emotions on this. This is how I'm protecting myself, and it might, I hope, if it can help any 1 or 2 or 3 or 20 of you to think, oh, I hadn't even thought to go and watch another. Like, all I'm doing, I'm watching every day of trial now, not all live, but 4 times. Like, that's all I'm doing. So if you're wondering why I'm not on the socials, why I'm not interacting much in the Discord, why I'm not doing much anywhere else, that fully immersed. And that full immersion requires, for me, an empath, to be really careful with how I'm protecting myself so I don't get swept away in the gravity. This is like for Karen Reid, for the Reid family, for the O'Keefe family, for justice for John O'Keefe, for Norfolk County and the residents there, for Massachusetts and the residents there. The implications are immeasurable. I understand that. But me as an individual, losing my ever-loving mind because of the gravity of that isn't helpful for me. Nor you guys. I'm not trying to instill panic. Having said that, I also did change the thumbnail for today to make it a little bit more clickbaity to see if we could get some more people in the chat. So, yikes. Joe Schmo says, Lisa, I had a break for you this afternoon. Yes, I saw that, but I'm really fully immersed, and I love your work on Laurie Vallow Daybell's stuff. But for me, this Karen Reid is my Laurie Vallow Daybell. So, I will catch your replay when I can. And if you haven't already subscribed to Joe Schmo, you absolutely should. He's got amazing stuff, boots on the ground stuff, document dives, 10/10. Hi from Massachusetts, says CPU mod. Total embarrassment here. Right. Exactly. So I see Catherine W is here. Smarter Hari. Hi. Karen Cole's here also. He came across as a bully in day 1 because Jennifer McCabe changed from witness to poor me victim. Day 2, he placated her, then became more confident and argumentative. AJ is a genius. Yes. We discussed this last night, whether I don't think that day 1 was by design. Here's what Rob from Law and Lumber said about day 1 of Cross versus day 2. I think he's right. Rob said, I believe that AJ expected the fire, the bite back, the aggression from Jennifer McCabe that she delivered last time. That was what they've conditioned each other to be like, right? That's their vibes. When she didn't do that, he couldn't get her to get a rise. And he's a very fiery cross-examiner. He's one of the, according to all of the law tubers I watch, he's one of the most aggressive cross-examiners. Aggressive, not in he's a bulldog, right? So that bulldog thing wasn't working when she was holding her own, maintaining her cool. I think that day off Thursday was very helpful for all of them. I mean, Jenn got to get her hair done again. Lovely. Good one. Still doesn't make you beautiful. Murderer. Allegedly. Murderer. And AJ took himself off, to use Andrea Burkhart's, boxing references, took himself back and listened to his team, shake it off, and got in there and did what he knows he can do, having reset, and he decimated her. Right. Candy says, I cannot stomach the stupidity on anti-Karen Reid channels. Right. Yeah. Rachel says she watched Betterow last night just to get a straightforward perspective. Is that on The Young Jerks, or does Betterow have his own channel now? I'm not a Young Jerks person anymore, but Betterow's amazing. Carla says, well, I also don't push it if I'm in a neutral chat, but the trolls are multiplying like rabbits. Are there neutral chats? I don't know about that. I think I don't know. The culture of the chat depends on the creator at the helm and the moderators and the people. And if we let insults fly and drama take over, that's how the chat's going to go. If you ask, like EDB doesn't allow for any name calling. There's a hard line name calling rule. We're a little like it's on the witnesses, you know, good or bad. None. It's very chats. It's the responsibility of the creator to keep, and the mods by default, to keep things in line. And the creators who don't rein in the drama, I mean, that's a choice. And I don't want you all to panic. You're welcome, Rachel. I needed to say it. I've been worrying about, like, I know how I've managed, but it's hard to step away when you're so used to going into that particular chat and with those particular people, excuse me, whichever that chat and those people may be. It's become, you know, habits form very quickly, and to think about it, take a step back objectively and go, hey, I don't necessarily need to be in this chat. I could be in another chat, or I could be in no chats. Actually, Steph? Okay, Pixar, it didn't happen. The zombie shark. Yeah, wow, that was crazy last night. And also take a set, like last Friday nights are my night to after we live stream, I go and hang out in Feral Friday, and that's my only time every week to not be working, whether it's this work, hi Buster, or my peasant work shit. Take some time to step away. Like Joe Schmo said, I mean, go and watch a different trial. Go and watch an interview on a different thing. I like watching psychology stuff, which is pretty heavy. But yeah, there's plenty of ways you can take a step back, right? And so, hi, Rachel. I see Dizzy's in the house. There she is. Hey, Diz. Good to see you. Anyway, that's my soapbox. I'll step down now. I just want for you all to have some self-care in all of this, because we've mostly everybody here, everybody watching, we're hugely invested in this. Understandably, it's outrageous. It's distressing and stressful. So if there's any way that anybody can support each other, if you're part of a Discord group, that's a good way. You know, if you've got, I don't know, a group text thread, whoa, maybe not that, just in case the defense ever gets hold of your group text, right? Anyway, shall we get back to testimony? Soapbox, I will step down now. Colors, thank you so much. Gifting 5 memberships, you're amazing. Let me scroll. Listen to music, go for a walk, have a bath, read a book. After Camp Shorty, obviously. I don't know where we're up to with Whiffen, but it all does kind of sound the same. Let's go to the next tab.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or downstairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
What do you reckon, chat? I don't know about that. Come on now, sir. Come on now, sir. What do you think, chat? Has anyone done this experiment? Hi, Ruthie. Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. There's so many options out there. Peter Tragos, we watched a little clip from him last night. Literally, there's so many perspectives. I mean, mostly all of the law tubers are falling on the side of this is outrageous, but not many of them are instilling panic. So if you're finding yourself feeling panicked about this, maybe think about watching another law tuber or another channel that might alleviate some of that. And we've got a new scream. You should speed up the flight. Yes, I do. It's every clip I have to speed up. So yes. Thank you. Good. Sugar pressed for stop too. 9 flights. Well, that doesn't line up. I mean, it certainly wasn't speed bumps, for goodness sake. Nick says this is akin to the time when I recreated Michael Phelps broke the 100-meter world record in the bar. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's lots of little short clips. I mean, I don't know.
So you had with Mr.
Yeah, drink that
O'Keefe's
water,
phone,
sir.
You looked at location data. You looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which
Hi,
is monitoring
Cheryl.
for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery over.
Justice Served TV is Buster, please, is a small friendly chat. I agree, but I can't even go into Justice Served TV chat because of that highly emotive. To me, the chatters in there and like friend of the channel, love Justice Served TV, love Michael and Linda, love the moderators, Missy, Dizzy. You know, I love. But even that is too much groundswell for me personally. Can't be there. So if I've apologized to Missy that I haven't been in the chat, even though I'm a moderator there. Hey, wait, I'm a moderator there too. Lol. But it's overwhelming for me. So that my God, scrolling. Life with Bear. Sorry, I missed you coming in. Karen Reed didn't go up any stairs. Nope. I think they're talking about
The overheat,
John's
so
phone,
battery
right?
cool down to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is a...
Joe Schmo says I had to mute Whiffen. I can't with him again. Yeah, no, it's a choice, really, isn't it? It's a choice. It's a choice. Yes. Motion to scream what the fuck says. Do you want to skip the Whiffen stuff? Yeah. Let's just do a couple more clips. We're not going to go through all of them. Direct. We're going to have a little bit of Bay though, right? Surely. Bit of our beautiful Bay. If you're not sure, that's a big Alessi energy.
It's under health type. And
Oh,
what I want to do
slow.
is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
Wait.
It's health data.
That's just worth it for the shade. Thank you, Big Alessi Energy. Love your work. Whoa. That's a black screen.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health.
Okay, mate. We'll do
Within
two more.
Summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between...
Mr. Alessi, I love you, but sir. Colors says, and thank you, Colors, you're in the draw twice. Thank you for the memberships also. I miss saying thank you. The flights happened after he was there, but using the Waze data for location data, you have to minus 3.01 minutes from his location times. Yes, Waze isn't right. Oh, Donkey's Noggin. Also, hello, love, and hi to this chat. Hi, Donkey's Noggin. Well, shit. That's a big one. Thank you. Oh. Clip it. That's a big one, Donkey's Noggin. Yikes. That's what she said. Yikes. Thank you. You're in the draw. Now, let me just skip through here because I don't think anyone's here for Ian Whiffen. Like, I'm not. I'm just not. But wait, look at Alessi here. I'm here for Alessi. Cute man. 65 years old. Get the fuck out of here.
Bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart,
we're just looking at you, Mr. Alessi.
January 29th,
oh, wait.
at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees.
Important battery
But
temperature.
you then go down. What I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point. 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees. Correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline.
Hi, Pia.
You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can. Excuse me, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Alessi, sir. If you're a member, you can drop those big Alessi energy in the chat. Even when he's being calm, he's just so big Alessi energy. I won't tell anybody that. Certainly you and Nick might have to find out who's more man crushy, because Nick has got a hard on for AJ. So that I make no secret of the fact that I love Mr. Wait, is it this one? Yes, it's this one. Oh, is it this one? Wait. I've got a news clip where we can watch a whole lot of Alessi grinning at no, not that one, it's this one. Share this tab instead. Let's watch this and then we'll move on to Jennifer McCabe. Get a drink, roll one, smoke one, whatever you got. Go and touch some. We've got Jennifer McCabe next. Sage, get on the ready. Here we go. 2 minutes.
Sorry, AJ. Perfect. End
Happens.
your weekend, bud.
Happens to the best of us.
Now, what do you think the jury thought?
That's the Jenn McCabe impeachment material. It's voluminous.
Yeah. What do you think the jury thought of Jenn McCabe?
What anyone with common sense would think of Jenn McCabe, I hope.
What do you? Who's the mastermind behind this? You guys have pointed to Albert, but she certainly spent a lot of time on her in terms of her role in this.
But it's always inconsistent. She's not consistent, so
So she can't be a mastermind if she's inconsistent.
I would maybe use the word quarterback.
Karen, that text message, if she pleads, this will end. If she fights, it'll be an episode. When did you first see that text and what's your reaction?
I saw that text prior to the first trial. I don't know what.
Reese, yes. Making it count, yes.
Anything, because I didn't do anything.
What do you make of the blood alcohol extrapolation? Do you think it could have been 3
Welcome, new
times more?
shorties. I got another 5 to
it's
gift out.
Garbage in, garbage out, and it depends on their assumption of when I last consumed alcohol, and it's an assumption.
Will we eventually see those media clips that your lawyers objected to today?
There'll be lots of clips, yeah.
Will we see
They're-
those?
they're-
Will we see those?
Most likely, yes. They're just, some are taken out of context, and the context needs to be added.
Jen
which is
was
what
on
we are
for
arguing.
3 days.
Pause. Shorty, stop. You'll go broke. YouTube gives out to a channel my size 10 memberships a month to gift out. So that wasn't out of my pocket. That was out of YouTube's pocket. It's the least they could do when they take 35% of everything that comes through YouTube. Motherfuckers.
3 days. Do you think that she will be the longest of the people you plan to cross?
One of them.
One of them. Did you hear that?
Kate said
Wait.
She was only concerned with doing what was best to help
What am
John O'Keefe. And the best thing for John O'Keefe at 6:04.
Pause. I'm going back out. You didn't see that, I don't think, but both my screens just went blank for a second. I didn't swipe out, but so the journalist asks, will Jennifer McCabe be one of the will Jennifer McCabe be the longest witness you cross-examine? And Karen
Some are
says,
taken out of context, and the context needs to be added.
Jen
which is
was
what
on
we are
for
arguing.
3 days. Do you think that she will be the longest of the people you plan to cross?
One of them. One of them.
look at AJ.
She was only concerned with doing what was best.
Look at AJ's face. He's like, I can't say a word because gag order. But Karen can, right? Say that.
John O'Keefe, and the best thing for John O'Keefe at 6:04 in the morning was to get a first responder to him immediately, and that was not her priority.
We heard a lot of.
That was not her priority. Thank you. Thanks, colors. I'll drop down. That was quiet because that was quiet because of where the journalists were and where Karen was to the microphone. But yes, okay. That now, sign of the cross if you're Catholic, sage if you're not. Let's go to nope. Nope. Oh, Whiffen, sir. We already played that. Here we go. Wait. Okay. So, oh my goodness. Here. Share this tab instead. One of the dogs just farted. It stinks, just so you know. Do all the things. Sage, cross, whatever. Thoughts and prayers. Now, so this is day 1 of cross. We're not going to watch much of it because it wasn't great. But the feds was a good one, right? So let's watch this. Thank you to the
you've been
trial channel.
interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by
BRB,
another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
So for the record, I listened to it all on 1.25 minimum, often 1.5, sometimes 1.75, sometimes 2. So when I slow things down to clip for shorts, SideBAH, I've aligned all or ordered in my Karen Reed Trial 2 playlist. Everything in order. All these live streams up the top, and then there's a lot of shorts and then short video clips. But geez Louise, when I have to slow things down to normal speed to screen record those clips, I'm like, wow. There's things where I'm like, oh my God, AJ is going off yelling. And then I realize when I slow it down, it doesn't sound nearly as wild. It's still wild at normal speed compared to 1.75.
Formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34th Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Sirens.
Standards to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them.
Look, I go off the screen out of the chat for a minute and I miss stuff like this. Donkey's noggin. Pick out 5 other people that are not members for your drawing. Okay, I'm done now, love. Oh, thank you so much. I will. I'll get the mods in our private chat to drop me 5 names and we'll do that. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Well, but that. And how about this?
I have 2 words. Do it. Do it. I'd love that.
We'd love that. I'm sure they'd love that. Thank you so much, Donkey's Noggin. You're the best. You're the besticles. Just like testicles, only better, Donkey's Noggin. Thank you.
With them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Hi, Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Hi, Kat.
They first contacted you telephonically. Called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost.
Pausing for a minute, just had a look at the poll. 77 votes. If you haven't voted yet, interesting. 4% of you. So the options, the poll says, on which day of the Jenn McCabe cross was AJ more effective? First day, here for it, 3%. Second day, loved it, 57%. Same. That's my vote. I haven't voted. I can't vote unless I come in with my music account, but that's a lot of work. Both days, same big Jackson energy, 36%. And then 4% said neither. Meh. You contrarians, you. See, some of the trolls are subscribed and in the chat. That has to be. You got to like one or the other, or both.
Almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was.
No, it was soon after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yeah.
Pause. A says the first day hurt my heart and my brain. It was just like the long way round. And I'm concerned that will portray Alan Jackson as being a bully because the jurors don't. This panel of jurors don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Worrying. Even the dog just sighed. Buster wants to go in the bedroom. Hang on. He can't push the door open. It's not closed. It's just not all the way open for his width. For goodness sake.
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them.
Pause, Candy. Yes, true. But can we think about it as how the jury is watching this? These jurors don't know what we know. It's very hard, incredibly hard it's impossible to take out everything we know and what we think we know, what we've learned, what we have inferred, what we've believed, what we haven't believed, what we've seen, not just in the first trial, but in everything. Mostly everybody here is deeply, deeply immersed in all of it. Really hard, impossible to see it purely as the jurors will see it. That's why I like having people in the chat and for example, Salty Sleuth, who will be on with us next weekend on Saturday night to talk about her, as she didn't watch the first trial. She hasn't watched any of the stuff on the news. She hasn't watched any of the documentaries or docuseries. She hasn't watched any of it. So interesting to see and hear what that perspective sounds and looks like, or looks and sounds like, because I think, I don't know, like if they're an empath, if there's any empaths on the jury and people who understand like the shady shit that Jenn is portraying, but she held her cool that first day. I don't know. They don't know that she's a cunt, a murdering cunt, a master of puppets. We do, but they don't.
Agree with him.
Wait,
Correct?
it concerned me that AJ wasn't able to, on that first day, set aside all of that and think about it as how the jury would portray it. I think he needed to realign himself, and that would have been very hard on the fly within that cross-examination on day one. He did it for day two, but hard.
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, these law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone.
Akasha says that shitty contour should alert them to her cuntiness. It's fine. I mean, if you want to give yourself more Skeletor cheek definition, she nailed it. I don't know if I would have been emphasizing her bone structure. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for hardline cheek contouring to try and not have a chubby face. But Jennifer McCabe doesn't have a chubby face. So
In those 10 minutes, when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you
Pierce says it's the fact that she told them she was her sister is weird. The fact that she tried to claim that she thought the feds were selling something. Come on now. The feds have a look. They have a look. And it's not a Mormon look. It's not a salesperson look. And there would have been two of them. So usually salespeople come in ones, if there's even still door-to-door salespeople. There's not really here in Australia. There are door knockers for charities. And Mormons, LDS usually travel in pairs around here, but they're on a bike and they don't look like feds. It's just crazy. We're not buying what she's selling, but we know that she's selling a big fat pile of shit.
And you told them that you had called Kerry Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, I'll...
See, I don't think she's medicated. Honestly, on this day, I don't think she's medicated. I think she is a narcissist and possibly a psychopath. She just willed herself, in my opinion, into that demeanor. She might have been coached. Simia, I don't know about that. I don't think that someone like Jennifer McCabe thinks she needs any coaching from anyone. We'll never know, will we? I mean, wouldn't it be nice to know? Fuck. We have questions.
It seems like something I would do, but if you have it,
check her. She was a scratch. She was like, I don't like this. I don't like this line of questioning. Didn't expect this.
Show me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach quickly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms.
See, the fact that she doesn't think she's lying. So narcissists don't have any conscience that they think there's no checks and balances for someone like Jennifer McCabe. Someone like Jennifer McCabe, in Jenn's mind, the world revolves around Jennifer McCabe. There is no questioning by herself, and she that's why she's so. Those kind of people are so feel like they have a perception of being scorned or wronged by anything they say being questioned. She believes that she is well within her rights and that what she's saying aren't lies, because it's all justifiable to her because Jenn's world.
Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that. Sure. I want to direct your attention on the for court counsel, page 3 and 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top.
100%. She was 100% buying herself more time, but when she says at first, like I think she might have even said, to be honest, I thought they were selling something. Pish posh, get the fuck out of here. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That was for the jury. At the time, she didn't think that. She knew who they were. It's just ludicrous to say to the jury. Everyone's watched like FBI Files and all those shows. FBI, America's Most Wanted. We've watched those shows. I know that's a Hollywood dramatization, but the look, it's a look. You can pick them. Same as how you can pick all of the Mass State Troopers like Bukaki and Proctor and that. They've all got the same shoes. They all have the same look. It's not a FBI look. It's a different look, but it's a look.
we could review those two paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
100%.
May I approach on it?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Holly Street's in the house. Hi, Holly.
In reviewing those paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to whether or not
Brooklyn says she looks very unhealthy, having an eating disorder. Perhaps I've been wondering about whether her MS, multiple sclerosis, might affect her. I don't know anything. I'm going to do some research, and Princey might be able to set us straight because Princey has MS, and so does Karen, obviously. Perhaps there's some thing about multiple sclerosis which affects the body's ability to intake nutrients from food. I guarantee you, though, she's also vain and would probably watch her weight. I'm not sure whether that's why I'm reticent. I mean, I know I just said skeletal, but I wouldn't be accentuating it. I would have been, if I was Jennifer McCabe, I would have been trying to soften my look like she tried to soften her demeanor. So that.
As to what you told those agents initially, and so I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
yes,
and Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second.
Hi, Mama G.
One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Kerry Roberts. Is that right?
Hi, Defense Rest. Hi, Joe.
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
right?
Come home. There's law enforcement outside.
Hi,
my door.
Catherine.
I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already.
Tori, hi. The long, slow blinks get worse. Definitely, she had something under her belt. Yes. Yes. Tricky for me because I watch it all on fast speed and mostly only listen. Yes. But we'd more have to look after the break. I don't know about any of you, but I have taken Xanax in the past and Valium and 1010, love them both. It takes about half an hour for the Xanax to start taking effect. And I mean, I don't know whether Jenn McCabe would risk taking a couple of bricks or more than normal of a Xanax if she's a Xanax kind of person. I get the feeling Jennifer McCabe likes to be head up on juju juice, her own personal adrenaline. It would be risky in the break to pop a Xanny and not have her wits about her. Because if you've ever taken Xanax, you're not, unless you're a regular user, you're not going to be able to keep your faculties to be as sharp as she needs to be on this cross-examination, going up against her fuck you arch enemy, Alan Jackson. She loathes him, right? Think about all of that. I think the slow blinks is her brain computing, taking its time. Just me. What do you think, chat? Because all those things, like Xanax is a serious choice. And I don't know whether she would feel the need to have a chemical relaxant. In fact, I think she'd be averse to it when she has to go up against this guy. She needs to have her wits about her.
It already been to her?
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out have these law enforcement officers from this different agency
We'll be here.
her,
Donkey's
correct?
Noggin, we'll be
Yes,
here.
because typically if you
In
enter
for
a
the long
town,
haul.
she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's
explain.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was your
correct.
that.
I'm not laughing at your comment, Akash. I'm laughing at Donkey's Noggin, or she's just a crackhead. if you know me, chat shorties, you'll know that in my past I have drug use. I was an addict to meth for 6 years. It's long gone now. But yeah, you're not wrong, Dookie's knocking. That's the look and the vibe I get from Jennifer McCabe. She may well take Xanax to counteract that because hectic. I don't know, man. Trial number 1, I was like, well, shit. There's a couple of crackheads in that family, and but hey, chat 69 watching. Drop it. It hasn't happened for a while. Drop the 69s.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Good point, Maiden.
Your motive in calling Kerry Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what.
Fuck off, Jen. Daytona, hi, by the way, 159. I'm intrigued what time it is in Australia. It's 9:27 a.m. on Sunday here, and I am in Melbourne. Thank you for asking. This is why I sometimes am a little late starting my live streams, because chat this morning, I did not like my 4 a.m. alarm, and I went, no, fuck that, and went back to sleep till, I was awake for a while in the night, replying to things in the States in the Discord, but got up at 5. I see the sunrise every day. But yes, Melbourne, beautiful place. Getting cold here. It's coming into winter.
Know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Kerry and ask her if she'd been contacted by law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth. Right?
Hi, Laura.
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about
No, wait.
everything.
No,
That's nothing more than that. I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up. Hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
Righto.
What you're telling is just the truth. There's no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question, an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you.
So remember what I said if you were here at the start? This is day 1 of Cross, right? And Bev asked him to move on. And she's letting Jennifer McCabe finish because AJ's not doing a great job here. It's not tight. It's not tight. I mean, he got good stuff out of her, but he's belaboring many points. And because he's argumentative in a lot of his questioning, it's not precise. Bev allows it. It gives Jen enough rope to keep talking because, like Mr. Jackson, tighten things up and I'll tighten her up. I'll hold her to the same standard. This is why. Hi, Laura. How are you feeling after your surgery? Defense Rest says she needs to be able to micromanage everything to maintain control to be a Xanax taker. Yes. She shakes her head no. When she's explaining, she is playing the victim card. No, so True Crime Butterfly, was he not able to strike her answers when she added additional testimony beyond yes, no answers? No, because his questioning isn't tight. Bev isn't holding her to that tightness in her answering. If when we get to day 2, which we will, it's tight. And so she has to be tight. And Bev, a couple of times on day 2 of the cross, asks her to just, rein it in. But AJ doesn't give Jenn any wiggle room on day 2. And it was beautiful to watch. Beautiful. Let me just see how much more. My mouse. Come on, mousey.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perspective.
I'm going to skip forward.
Next question.
So Bev's saying, move on. He's not on day 1 of cross. AJ wasn't having a great day. And when he wasn't able to get those questions worded in such a way that he could elicit to hold slimy, slippery Jennifer McCabe and pin her down. He couldn't do it. He very rarely did it. Day 2, he did it. So that's why Bev was doing what she was doing, letting her talk and moving AJ along. So the outrage that everyone feels about Bev moving AJ along is disproportionate to the reasons as to why she's doing it. It's important to understand that it wasn't a great cross. It just wasn't. He got some good stuff, but he belabored a lot of it and was argumentative in most of it. And that's not how we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends.
We're going back to 40-40. What are we watching? 40-40. I missed that. Sorry. Streaming is dynamic. 40-40. Well, that? Well, shit. Here we go.
I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your
calls.
Honor. This is
Oh,
unresponsive.
so next question is.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no.
So why are we pausing? I just explained why Bev did that. But it wasn't. No, it wasn't. She has something in her hand. Maybe she's got a tissue. What has she got? Okay, let's go back.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are 2 officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions.
Sorry.
They had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves.
Sorry.
I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth.
She hasn't got something in her hand. She's clutching her fists like this. She's vehemently telling her story. I don't think there's anything in her hand.
So,
because she opens her hand the next moment. She's just close. I do it sometimes too. She's defiant. You know when you ball your fists up when you're defiant about something? Another great dirty pause. But yeah. Wait. What are we getting to? Coordinating statements. Let's go this. There's not much great stuff here. Let's watch this.
Yes.
Oh my God, still on slow. Yikes. Sage.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022. Did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe.
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog.
Yeah, good size dog. Yes.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog. It was a full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been loads of chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6.
She thinks she's super smart, says Arca, is my kryptonite. Hi. And has to take, thank you for your comment on the last stream also. I love that you were like, I'm going to leave a comment because I asked, and thank you so much for acquiescing to my request to everybody to leave a comment after the stream. It really helps with helping the channel grow. Anyway, and take, she thinks she is super smart, and has a take charge personality. Lol, she said Kerry Roberts was the one taking charge, like lol. And she can think pretty quick and says what makes the most sense to their version of events. The more she explains is the bigger lie. Yes, 100%. Don't we all imagine? Wonder if Sleuthy Goosey could get that into her spreadsheet. Ooh, goodness me. I don't think he was prepared either. I think, and they, their dynamic was already set. I think defense rest Jody had a good point. I think he underestimated her ability to not be triggered by him, and AJ was definitely triggered by Jenn on the first day. It took him a day to regroup, and whatever that looked like, I'm so proud and so relieved, because from all the law tubers that I've watched, 4 or 5 about AJ's second day across, it was some of the best cross-examining they've ever seen in their life. And day 1 of cross-exam, this one was one of the worst they'd ever seen. So that just goes to show that AJ is a true champion and a true professional, that he could take pause, realign, and come in like he did on day 2.
6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on, engines running, chaos, relative chaos, banging, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind there. You're right
in front of 34th Fairview, correct?
to the side, in the side yard of 34th Fairview. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Fairview.
Yes.
Hey, Maiden, it looks like she does, but in the very next shot, when a hand comes up, a hand opens. Like I do it all the time. She's up against an opponent, right? She's fighting for her life. I think that she was clenching her fists in frustration and tried to drive her point home. You know, when I think actually Alessi does it, when he's giving his argument to Bev, he often does this. She's giving her argument in that clip we just wound back to, 40-40, and she's delivering her argument to the jury. She's looking at the jury and she's selling it. She's selling it, right? I think that's what you see, because in the next, literally a moment later, she opens her hand up to be different, and a different expressive hand movement, illustrators they're called, and her hand's open. So I don't know what she would have in her hand. I think there's more sus stuff in Furrow's Nuttall. He got something out of his pocket, slipped it in his mouth, and put it back in his pocket. That's more sus to me.
Where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
You said night was screaming to the top of the lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Kerry Roberts was screaming back at her?
Yes.
Shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
Could be a tissue. She constantly snortles back her sinus gunk throughout both 2 days, killing my life. I don't think there's anything nefarious there. I think it's the least of our worries, to be honest.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You
Yes,
previously
Mr. Poke.
indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic.
Shout out Mr. Poke. Hi, Mr. Poke. We love that we've converted you to be a popcorn munching bloody retrial watching fanatic like us.
Because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Oh my God.
Would you say that you were loud? Quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
I thought it might have been a Zin, but still, that was more of that. Yeah, she's licking her lips a lot. Well, yes.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, "Hey, I'm cold." You didn't do that.
No, I was like,
we've all obviously noticed that she doesn't say shock and horror, right? Motion to scream, what the fuck granted. Zin's a little nicotine pillow things, like little spongy things that you can put into your mouth, under your tongue, into the side of your cheek, and you get a release of nicotine that is a slow release sort of thing, and you don't get the nicotine withdrawals. So not all wanted to dart from Lally. But she doesn't say shock and horror anymore. She's amended that. Obviously, all of the handles on YouTube and everywhere, and all the shit that she got for her shock and horror, she's refined it to shock. But if you're in actual situational shock, like not medical shock, not physiological shock, but emotional shock from what's happening, you don't have the wherewithal to think any of the things Jenn's professing. So her words, her retelling of the story to the jury, that she was in shock, absolute chaotic shock, but had the wherewithal to go, okay, no, I don't want to wake them up.
Like, Brian, Nicole, wake up.
Exactly. But you weren't saying it that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You are definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you,
Brooklyn, we've got the Microdots clip queued up for when she's talking at the end of the very end of the whole cross exam. But yes, we've got it ready to go. Definitely.
To the dog, at least, when you get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks from the front door, climbs a set of stairs. The house is completely dark. Walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking. Get up! Wake up! Brian! Nicole! And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Okay.
Sustain.
As you indicated.
So sustained because that was objectionable. He's testifying. It's argumentative, right? I honestly think the slow blinks is shutter speed stuff, which if you ever watch the behavior panel, shutter speed, house, like that's a processing thing. That's a brain processing thing. So I think Jenn would have been getting tired. So the slow blinks, we'll go back to the Xanax conversation, but the slow blinks, like this amount of lying and maintaining her story and keeping all of her eggs in one basket, back to the eggs from yesterday, bird flu, who knew? The slower the shutter, when they're blinking fast, they're on high alert, right? And her blink rate does pick up, but the slow stuff is her brain processing the shit, in my opinion.
It's not that the dog wasn't reactive. It's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that dog.
Hi, Yvette. Good to see you.
In Brian and Nicole's room. Correct.
It may. I don't know for sure.
So True Crime Butterfly says the dog was in the basement because back here, Dark Cloud, hi, the dog had left the building. It's the general consensus, Butterfly, that by the time Officer John O'Keefe was found ostensibly dead on the lawn at 6 a.m.-ish on the 29th, Chloe had actually left the building in totality. Chloe was gone. We think it was Tristan and Caitlin who took the dog. That's the general thing. Someone proposed in Andrea Burkhart's chat that perhaps Chloe came at John first, that John killed Chloe, and that's why Chloe disappeared. I think that's a little far-fetched, but there's the general consensus is that by the time this was all happening, Chloe was no longer there, and that's the inference that Alan Jackson is making, that and that Jenn must have known that, because why wasn't she concerned about Chloe being there in the house? Because by all accounts, Chloe did sleep in the bedroom with Brian and Nicole. So and family dog for 6 years. Wasn't there anymore. Was no longer at 34 Fairview.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
See? Well,
I don't remember the dog.
Right.
Exactly.
So when you walked out
Colors,
of the room,
exactly.
When you walked in the house, didn't see the dog.
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog.
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog.
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog.
Chin up, defiant. Nope. Nope. What are you going to do about it, AJ? Look at that body language.
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it was.
Ah, she's so fucking slippery. I'm going to move on because we've got a lot to get through. There's so much clunky shit here, and AJ does come back to it on, which much easier for me to watch. Let me see. Text to John. We'll do the text to John when he nails it down with the text and the looking out the door, because that was masterful.
Shawty, swing my way. Swing it over here, shawty.
Wait, I didn't do this very well. I can't remember now. It's all blending into one. I think actually, hold your horses, chat, walk and talk. Let me see. Video. Hear this. Let's watch this bit. Wait. This was good.
You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me. Yes.
What am I doing with my life?
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at
When I was listening to this, I was making my coffee in the morning, and I was like, wow, it was on 2x speed or 1.75, and it was just like, no. Steph says, I hope Jen feels embarrassed for herself acting like she's this stupid. I reckon Jen went home and high-fived herself. I reckon they all high-fived her. I don't think she even feels like this is day one still across. Honestly, people like this can do no wrong in their own mind. She doesn't feel embarrassment.
the
Indignant.
SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay. And that presented
I'm gonna star these comments and talk about it at the end of this clip, okay?
at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, that's, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So
She's
if you're
doing a
looking
shorty.
outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. You're looking outside the door. When you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah, I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced at.
Yes, Jody, it's definitely Jenn snortling back her snortle sinus. No shade on sniffing and snortling. I had to go off camera last night because my nose was just drooping. So I feel it. I feel her. I feel for her having that snortle and for us having to listen to it.
Glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
Hi, Garrett. Good to see you.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no
correct
ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you right now, straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Fuck off with your categorize.
Can we take a look?
Well.
Okay. Same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked as identification.
Okay. She definitely had her teeth done.
Permission to publish?
Hi,
Not for
technical.
identification, no.
I'm happy to read it.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
Chalk.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Age for identification.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the
34
front door that you
Fairview.
went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure.
Sure.
Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
SideBAH. Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Put that down, Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Wolf. Oh.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
Is there an issue? Fuck off, man.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV?
No.
He was not standing or sitting?
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door.
Well worth a pause to read out Tori's comment. I'm not being biased here. As an Aussie, I feel extremely comfortable in this chat. Thanks, Shorty. Well, thank you, Tori. I'm so glad that you yes. We kind of pride ourselves here on being a really warm, welcoming, inclusive chat, open to hearing different opinions, talking things out, supporting each other. Camp Shorty is a pretty special place. So thank you for saying that, Tori. We're happy to have you here.
And the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, and you saw the SUV standing or sitting right in front of you, you saw through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV it was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm sorry.
Tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Look out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe.
I'm going to end the poll
standing
too.
outside the SUV.
No.
He wasn't sitting down.
No.
He wasn't lying down.
No.
2 minutes, I'll end the
see
poll.
his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
Wait.
No.
Oh, I
And you
just
would have been
ended it.
looking
Whoops.
directly
Sorry, my bad.
toward that flagpole.
Did I?
Correct?
Yeah, fuck.
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Miss McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning.
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
Correct.
Hi, Gerda.
The
Sleep
third
well.
time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle?
No.
And he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction. Not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't send out a search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Thank you, Colors. Oh my God, Buster just farted again. Cancel. Oh my
Screen
God.
account in that cell phone.
Sage. No, Trooper Proctor. No.
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Oh my God, the fart. Jeez Louise. Bleh. Sorry, yeah. Like, yikes. Now, where was I? Enough with the Proctor. Whew, geez Louise. So I'm just going to scroll through to the last little. Oh my God, that stinks, Buster. I presume it was Buster. I might be slandering Buster's name with the fart accusations, but yikes. Thank you so much, Colors. And yes, Sage. Dave's in the Uber. Heading to the Twin River. Got my oars. Cocktails with friends. And in the live with friends. Look out, Dave. Is it Simi who's your lucky gambling omen? Wait, what are we doing here? What am I doing with my life? Gosh, I don't know. I don't even know. Something, Jennifer McCabe. Whew, Buster, Lord have mercy on my nostrils. Woo! What the fuck, Miss Shorty? Fight. I wasn't fast enough on the draw, doggy's noggin. So sorry. Go, Buster. Well, defense rests. If you know, you know. The defense rest is not too above. Is not above ripping a mad bubbling fart on her live streams. Hilarious. We played it a little while ago. It's so funny. I'm so sorry. I apologies, thoughts and prayers. We saged the shit out of it. We're good. We're good. Let's watch this last bit from day one.
I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview. That is
Fairview.
when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours
Oh, wait,
after
pause. I starred 2 comments because it was in the middle of that clip. Where? So Karen Cole said this. But in my mind, I can visualize Chloe jumping on John, bit and scratched him. He fell and cracked his head on the weights. They definitely put him out, hoping that they would think he was hit, think it looked like a plow hit him. Yes, agree. The only gap in that theory, to my mind, Karen, is that like Colin was in the house. He certainly didn't leave at 12:10. Clearly, 12:10. Come on now. So what's the utility in the lie of making sure that, well, trying to make sure by the McAlberts that Colin was not put in the house by witnesses or by his cell phone data? They also had that sus screenshot that Ali brought in. It was Ali, wasn't it? Ali McCabe. So Colin had to be involved in the actual assault on Officer John O'Keefe, in my opinion, because otherwise it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter whether he was there or not in their lies. So that's all. It's my opinion that Colin picked up a hand weight and clocked John on the back of the head with the hand weight, and that's where the skull fracture came from. I mean, we'll never know, but love the idea. Well, I don't love the idea, you know what I mean? I love the supposition that could be what happened. What did I just do? Goodness gracious, nobody knows. Definitely not me. Play.
Miss Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR. You were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson. Becky says, Pokemon, did you know that 420 is a myth? I never knew. And by the way, it's May the 4th here, so May the 4th be with you. Colin got a bit mouthy with him and a fight ensued. Could be. I think it was Heyyy. I think Heyyy instigated it. But yep. Colors thinks he just witnessed it, and I think he witnessed it, and they just wanted less people questioned, especially their kids. Could be. All these unanswered questions. That's the thing with trials, right? And something like this, we're never going to know. But okay, Jen, let's go. Sage.
2 hours after Miss Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Donkey's Noggin says, sorry, Jen, not really. My opinion is that John got attacked by the dog, and Higgins pulled Chloe off and a fight broke out with Colin and Brian Alberts. John fell over and hit his head, just my opinion. I think that the fight was initiated by Heyyy. Heyyy was the one saying, are you coming? Heyyy was the one shaping up to John in at the waterfall, you know. I think, just my opinion, I think that Brian Albert was trying to hold Chloe back. Heyyy was fighting with John. Colin came down the stairs, if it happened in the basement, and as a little pussy bitch boy like Colin Albert is, sucker hit him from the back with the weight. But A says, yeah, the way they're protecting Colin gives it away, especially Chris is angry when questioned about Colin and JOK having a rocky relationship. So I don't think, I mean, maybe, I think Colin was just being trying to be the big man. Big men don't come from behind and do that shit.
Objection.
Sustained.
May we report, Your Honor?
Yes.
Really?
While you were at the scene.
Pause. By the way, just going to say again, thank you to the Trial Channel for all your amazing work. That the May We Approach, Your Honor, is removed from this beautifully refined, time-stamped, ordered in a playlist per witness chronological order, 10:10. If you haven't already subscribed to the trial channel, you need to. Best way to watch trials if you're not watching it live, but she's cranking the videos out on the day of. So, boom.
After Miss Reed had been giving CPR,
I don't know about that, Dave.
Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a
Hi,
formal
Laurie.
interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had?
I think probably Brian A. and Brian Higgins both beat on John. They don't strike me as gentleman fighters. I mean, Brian Albert allegedly had to have shoulder surgery not long after and didn't go to the funeral or anything, which you'd think you would if you're trying to keep up appearances, right? Why couldn't you go to the funeral or the wake? Because maybe you had some Officer John O'Keefe inflicted facial stuff going on.
And you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter, the initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good? By the way, he's a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly, but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention?
So that there, Karen, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that there, dirty paws, definitely leaving it, because Alan Jackson isn't impeaching her. So move it along, man. If you can't get it, if you can't make it happen, move it along. Next question.
You mentioned anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask.
Fuck off, Jen. Yeah, Officer John O'Keefe was in charge of the sex registry. There was nothing, in my opinion, and I think in Andrea Burkhart's opinion, nothing at all to do with nothing to do with Sandra Birchmore, and there was John wasn't onto anyone because the players in Sandra Birchmore hadn't been, Matthew Farwell wasn't arrested then, was he? So it was John's interactions with shady folk was with the only thing would have been with people who weren't properly registering for the sex offender registry or breaching their conditions. So did they reserve the right to recall her? I don't know. Is she on the defense witness list? I don't think they need to. The Kevin Albert connection. Yes, I think Kevin Albert was the one who was in the Canton PD telling all the, giving all of the tea to the family, the police tea.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, There were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like
Colors, you're all class. I love that. She says, defense rest, there was only vomit on his boxes, which could have happened earlier in the night. I often threw up at bars so I could keep drinking. I love you, girl, so much. Facts.
that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call, and that's
So that's interesting. Motion to screen what the fuck graded says Jenn is on the defense witness list. I don't think they will recall her, but it means that she's precluded from watching any of the testimony, right? Lol. Lol. Oh, my mouse. Why, mouse? Why you do this? I'm using you all the time.
That's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything
Hi,
about
Salty.
an argument or fighting that Ms. Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief, and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
yes or no,
Let her answer the question.
Strongly agree. While I think that's a good idea, Colors, that he might have vomited earlier in the night, I don't think he looked that messy drunk, and he would have never gotten in the car with vomit, stink up the car. Agreed. Knowing what we know, knowing what we know about John and his propensity towards extreme cleanliness, perhaps verging on OCD. Sorry, distracted by my phone. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. That I think probably. But why wasn't the vomit that we know of on his jeans as well? Why just on his boxes? So many frustrating questions. Michelle says, I think it had to do with John knowing things with the Birchmore case. Birchmore's therapist was in the courtroom when Jenn was on the day, I believe. She was behind Paul. Now that's interesting. Could be that she just likes to watch court. Looks like all the McAlberts are on the defense witness list. Good. Hi, Salty, by the way. How did vomit get on his boxes? Well, I think probably in a fight. I think that John was beaten and knocked down and dragged up a couple of times in that fight. I think that's where the ascending stairs happened. It's just a thing, a Dream Feed Media thing. Grace did some experiments. And if he had his phone in his pocket when that was happening, then perhaps his pants dragged down. Maybe he's a low-hanging pants kind of guy. And maybe he vomited in that, but why not on his jeans? Well, I believe that Coco laundered John's hoodie and his jeans just quickly, just a quick wash, because anyway, good point. They might recall her after they obliterate her wimpy husband. Yikes. The apologies are so annoying and disingenuous, right? Vomit from drinking too much. We think it's vomit from being beat. I think. Thanks, Princey. Same. Thanks, Princey. Same. Vomit from a head injury, sadly. Yeah. Hi, Laura. I think he puked from the head trauma, but how on the boxes? Well, if he puked from the head trauma while he was being beat and his pants might have fallen down, I don't know, maybe. Oh, geez Louise, we need to know. And while I'm paused, thank you so much to Yvette for the coffees. Oh my God, it just wants me to sign in. Let me go back to my notifications. Thank you so much. And while I'm sidebarring, fuck me and my phone. While I'm sidebar, I have got an alternative SIM card for my old iPhone. So I'm going to set up a different phone number and have WhatsApp, and we're going to start doing some call-ins, chat, international call-ins through WhatsApp. Maybe we should use Signal, just as a nod to Dr. Wolf. But that's coming up in Camp Shorty in the next little while. So thank you, Yvette, for your coffees. I want to be able to read what you said, but it won't let me open it. Oh, now it's gone. Well, fuck. It was something about me being funny. So thanks. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Motion to screen. What the fuck, granted. You're in the draw for next weekend for a Miss Shorty merch t-shirt. Thank you, Yvette.
Do you recall? That is a yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said there was many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained. Objection sustained. Argumentative, I think. Yes, that's what I thought too, the washing, but I haven't heard it talked about. We've talked about it a bit before here in chat. I think when in one of the We Need to Talk series, and if you would like to watch Jenn's previous testimony with my hilarious commentary, there's a whole 2 episodes in the We Need to Talk playlist. I think it's got 23 different episodes of us critiquing in fine detail most of the pertinent witnesses from the first trial. People were shutting me down with no. The washed out look of the blood stains on John's clothing was from the snow. I call bullshit. I think that Coco washed his clothes. I think that was one of the things she was busying about in her cleaning frenzy between 12:30 and 3:45 when I think they put his body out on the lawn. Could have been a bit later, but the Ford Edge has to have a utility also. So everyone shut me down, but I know washing. I know blood stains, not just because I'm 50 and I've washed blood out of sheets and clothes before. If you don't scrub or soak or put some spray remover on blood stains, they'll have that look that John's hoodie and jeans had. So in my opinion, that's what happened with his clothes.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first 2 phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question?
That's hilarious. Does she? Blink, blink, blink. Brooklyn says being hit on the head doesn't trigger seizures. Yeah, it does. That serious brain injury that fractured his skull, 100%. 100%. Maiden says, I don't know anyone in the UK that uses Signal. Never heard of it before now. Yeah, it's been around since, I think, 2014, 2012, something. WhatsApp is my preference, but, we'll see. Something. Maybe I'll have both. Same number. Hey, 69 watching, by the way. Oh, no, 59. Fuck my eyes. Excuse me. I'll have the same number. It can be both apps. You can call me on whatever app you want. I have to test out how it's going to work with the microphone. But Ruthie, being a member for 8 months, you're an OG girl. Thank you for all your support. I love you. I've known Ruthie for a long time. Love you. And thank you for gifting out a membership. Thank you so much. Scrolling. Hey, we're going to play SideBAH before we go on to day 2 of testimony, the Camp Shorty collaboration. But thank you, Ruthie. Yes, same. I think they used the Ford Edge to move him from the house to the lawn. Same. Maiden says, I bet you use every app that's encrypted colors. LMAO, laughing my ass off. Yep. And I think that Brian Higgins' Jeep was used to plow away any potential footprints on the drive and stuff and the cars and all of those. I mean, all of those tire marks. Why does Jenn go on so much about tire marks? Actually, here, watch my brain work in real time. Because Higgins says he plowed the driveway when they first got there. Get fucked, as if. Would have destroyed Brian Albert's driveway, scraped it and shit. Although they don't care about their lawns, so whatever. Maybe he was not plowing the footprint so much as the different tire marks on the drive. They put him out 2 hours before he was found. Yeah, so 3:45 works, right? Miss McCabe, do you understand English? She doesn't understand anything. Well, I think she understands all too well. She's being very evasive. Oh my God, it's torture.
Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mulaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Yes, Ruthie, I think you were too.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home. Correct?
Excellent.
I told him she was.
I don't pause. Sorry, Jen. Not sorry. Sorry, AJ. Thank you for the gift of membership. YouTube, I think, has taken on our feedback and tends to gift out, particularly Ruthie gifted out one, and for Michelle to get one, and Michelle's in chat. Good work, YouTube. It's not often that YouTube does a lot of things that I love, but that I love. Welcome to members.
I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who?
Oh, for
who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him?
Pause. Mr. Meathook, hi. Guess what? Thank you so much. I don't know if I'm cute, but I'll take it. Cute for a 50-year-old, right? You know what, Mr. Meathook, you won last week's bloody raffle draw again. You're a lucky man. So wait, what am I doing? Why is that? Oh, it's turned over. So that we've been waiting to see you, and thank you for your $5 holla. And maybe you can get a matching shirt to match with your girlfriend, right? With your lady friend who's got her. It's a Rehome the McAlberts one, right? Isn't that the one? Yes. So hit me up. Send me an email through the website, or just it's missshorty@gmail.com, and tell me what your size is and what you want. Thank you. And wait. Oh my God. But also this.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Hit him during either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation. But according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client.
Whatever isn't a great response. Details matter, AJ. He's like, oh, get me out of here. I need a drink. I need to not be around this shrew. Holly Street, thank you for your coffee. Wait, pause. Cha-ching.
Shit.
And this one for you, Holly.
Well.
You're in the draw, Holly. That.
Screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation, those conversations to Sergeant Blank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And the numbers getting better, even as we stand here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically
about
that
that, Mr.
every
Brown?
grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I did.
Hi, Jay.
Correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors, ignore the comments. of
I'm gonna looking
counsel.
at the jury going, can you believe this motherfucker? Get ready, Jen. Get ready, Jen. Mr. Meathook says, wait, that's funny. Where is it? I won again. Woohoo! I'll need a new shirt. Dumped a bag load of dollars on the Kentucky Derby today. Well, sir, I presume that means you didn't win. Yikes. You're going to be wearing just threadbare stuff if you don't get a Miss Shorty merch shirt. So yes, pick one and let me know. Well, Jen, if you tell the truth, you wouldn't need to remember what you said at different grand juries or to the cops. Correct. So at this time when he's like, I can't end like this, that was like, well, you can pick it up tomorrow. But then we found out there was a day off. Did anyone in the chat know that there was going to be no court on Thursday? I didn't know. I was like, wait, what? Emily D. Baker listened to that moment three times over. Like she was so excited because she was going to Metallica that night.
Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks.
Now, we're going to end this now. I think, honestly, Bev, it's my opinion that Bev was struggling as we all were with the circular, never-ending word salad from both of them. AJ wasn't getting anywhere. Bev was like, fuck, this is ridiculous. She's not answering. You're not asking the right questions to get her to answer. I'm not going to hold either of you to it because lawyer better, AJ. And you know what AJ said? Hold my beer. I'm coming in fucking hot, but cool. So that. Now. Let me go this. And wait, stop screen. So let's take a moment to rage against the machine that is the Commonwealth with a little bit of a Camp Shorty collaboration song. Y'all know it. If you haven't heard it, don't worry. We're coming back. We're coming back. We are coming back.
Now some music.
We will
The
just...
Supreme Leader decrees it.
Wait, did that play the whole clip? Nick, we can't get Nick just like a little bit.
Now some music. The Supreme Leader decrees it.
So, SideBAH. Go and get a drink. We're here for a little bit longer yet, chat. Go and get a drink. Get your head banging on, chair dancing, whatever you like. Here's some SideBAH.
Reasonable doubt. Scream into silence. War in the courtroom. Verdict or violence. Your gavel tales and blasphemy. Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. Auntie Bev, we know your game. Hanky Brennan has no shame. The lies you thought were told in stealth. Corruption through the Commonwealth. SideBAH, SideBAH, pull up, bitch. SideBAH, SideBAH, which is which? Dream team got this, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Who holds the truth? They hide the proof. Don't say a word, remain aloof. Proctor with the sleight of hand. Outrage screams across the land. SideBAH, SideBAH, pull up, bitch. SideBAH, SideBAH, which is which? Not an expert, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Sally Port inversion, factual perversion. Rocks, glass, glass shard in the front yard. Gaslight bullshit, Lexus, Nexus. Underfed John was not hit. SideBAH, SideBAH, pull up, bitch. SideBAH, bar, which is which? Dream team got this, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Common sense, it ain't so common. Jury gonna use it, ain't no stopping. Make the right decision, get off the fence. Justice is supposed to be blind, not deaf. Free Karen Reed. Here we go again. Free Karen Reed. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Bloody good song, chat. It's growing on me. It's not my preferred genre these days, but I appreciate the musical genius, the lyrical genius. Nicholas Ticholas, we played you twice. Yes. And Salty, welcome to membership. Thank you so much for joining. The members only emotes are all yours, girl. Okay. Nick, you're a little bit late. Nick, we played your soundbite. I came to take a nap before work. Good luck. Go to make a coffee and roll another one. Let's fucking go. Poo up, bitch. Bang, bang. Defense Rest, we are definitely going to write another song in Camp Shorty together. Wait, where is it? This, that, the other. And Salty gifted. Thank you so much, Salty. That's amazing. Welcome to Hot Coffee Chats. Another person in chat getting the membership YouTube. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Proctor's sleight of hand. Yes. Good tune. Yes, we collaborated in Camp Shorty 1 night. Was that in 10 Nights of Shorty? I don't know. Time. What is it? And I was furiously putting the lyrics that chat was throwing at me. Amazing lyrics. We collaborated. We put them all together. We shared the screen, used Suno, had a number of iterations which were closely tied for first place. And that was the one we ended up with. So love. I'm glad that you all love it too. So we've cleansed the palate somewhat. Cynthia's loading the dishwasher. Lovely. Steph says, no offense. And as a New Yorker, the Boston accent is awful. I love it. I love it. SideBAH. Park the car. No. Sure. I love Bevs. Sure. Yes. Not looking forward to Brian Albert's bloody Yes. If you haven't had the displeasure of Brian Albert's testimony, well, fuck, get ready whenever that's upcoming. Chat, who's struggling with this order of things? It's so surreal. It's like a deja vu. Steve, thank you so much. Gifting out 5. I love you. Thank you so much. And Salty, also, you're in the draw. Steve, you're in the draw for a Miss Shorty t-shirt. We'll be drawing it next Saturday night in the draw. Now, where were we? What were we doing? Okay. Game face on. Topic reminder. Topic on my mouse. So that. Forgot for a minute there. My brain just glitched. How do we do this? Oh my God. Something. Thank you to the trial channel, as always, for your phenomenal, edited, defluffed, time-stamped stuff. There's not much to skip through here, so chat, buckle in, buckle up. Let's fucking go.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
YouTube, what are you
Good
doing
morning,
to
Ms.
me?
McCabe.
Morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, so I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said,
Tori got a membership. Yeah.
Where are you?
That's awesome.
And then flip. I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45. Hello. Because they were still there. And then question. So the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
Hi, Melissa.
Do you remember that question and answer colloquy?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Yes, you are, ma'am.
I believe the
yes,
word I think
you
is in
are.
there.
And we
Okay, I'll
love
look at
you
it.
for it.
Sure.
Sure. Thank you, Child Channel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan Jackson.
May I approach one?
Yes.
Thank you. Is that refresh your recollection, Mr. King,
Sorry,
what you
Candy.
said in June of
Hi,
2023
Baffled. Good to
about
see
seeing
you.
the SUV at the location at 12:45.
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but
That nervous laugh, though. Rachel asks, didn't Karen connect to the Wi-Fi much earlier than 12:45? Well, yes, Rachel. It was 12:36, actually, John's Wi-Fi. So nailing Jenn down to this timeline, and she states in the grand jury, we will get to it, that that final text at 12:45, she confirms it in the grand jury testimony, that she looked out the window or the door, whichever it was, and saw the SUV, the Lexus, leave. So that kind of sucks for the Commonwealth, doesn't it? Because which is it, man? Which is it? Which is it? It sucked last time, but Alan Jackson didn't impeach her like this.
did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period. Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark is...
Akasha says, this is the type of shit that makes me absolutely certain she was coached because she does not commit to absolutely knowing anything. She could also guaranteed she watched all of the YouTubers, the law tubers, I mean. Just saying I believe, qualifying things with I believe, that's part of what I said, that's what it says here, all that shit. I mean, could be. What about my plants? My plants are quite lovely in the background there. I've been giving them some fertilizer, some seaweed fertilizer, so they flourish, and they are.
SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer at 12:45.
And then they said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct? That I saw it at that time? Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside at 12, outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many police officers.
Sure. Will you refresh your recollections, take a look at her report?
Thanks,
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi. War in the town, the beast is loose.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Simi, if you're on, Simi's gotten a gift membership before, so she does have her settings set to allow gifts, it actually is. But if you would like to receive a gifted membership in any chat, not just in Camp Shorty, and this goes for everybody, if you go on a laptop or through a browser to whichever channel, for example, Miss Shorty, to my homepage or to the channel's homepage. And if you click on join, it doesn't send you to join automatically. I believe it gives you the option to allow gifts within that join button. There's a couple of steps before you actually commit to joining yourself. So it's not going to charge you. It's not going to join you up and into a paying membership, which incidentally are a couple of bucks, and a great way to support any channel if you enjoy the content and you're able to afford it. But and then once you've done that allow gifts setting, it will then mean that in any chat you're in, or not even in the chat, to any channel you're subscribed, when memberships are gifted out, you're in the running. So that's how that works. So don't be trepidatious in your going to a join button to think it's going to lock you into joining that channel and having a paid membership. But that's, I believe, where the allow gifts option is. Someone test it out and don't make a liar out of me.
Ms. McKay, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Candy.
You told Trooper Prince
Thank
that you had a
you.
conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
No one answered yes.
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the
Stress
same
me out,
issue. But who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
Right.
I'm going to object.
May I
I'd like
go?
to be heard.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of
Hi,
questions about
Jim.
the same
Good to
events
see you.
concerning that 453 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony,
Tori, yes. Yes, they can. I'm glad you asked. And I'm not a lawyer. I mean, Saint Dr. Lady Miss Shorty Esquire is my full title. But so what AJ's doing here in this one, when he reads out her transcript testimony verbatim and pins her down on it, he doesn't have to give her the transcript to refresh. And that's why on the day one of cross-examination, AJ, he wasn't reading verbatim. He wasn't reading from the transcript to impeach her. There's a few times where she does get the transcript to read, but because he's quoting them and he's asking the questions appropriately, she has nowhere to move. So yes, that's how they do it. It's the way they ask the question. The attorney asks the question as to properly impeach. That's my understanding. If Karen Cole is still in the chat, she can confirm. And if you are not sure, watching someone like Andrea Burkhart, Emily D. Baker, I'm sure Legal Bites, Lawyer Lee, Lawyer Lauren Lumber, Rob, in Runkle or the Bailey, any of them have been talking about this very fact for those 2 days, how he wasn't impeaching properly on day one of cross, he being Alan Jackson. And so that's why it was so squirmy and squiggly, and they were just in this endless cycle of can I see it? Can I see it? And in this one, he impeaches properly by reading out the exact quote of what she said. And he even uses the do you deny it? He doesn't have to show her the transcript when he's doing it this way.
Tony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Exactly.
That objection is sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury. Okay. That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
Do it. I'd love that.
Do it, Akasha. EDB always says just weigh up the cost benefit ratio. If the cost of going to law school in your country, or will be here too, is greater than your ability to pay those student fees, then it might not be worth it. But you're only young, Akasha, so go for it.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those
Mr. Wolf.
first few minutes after you first
Oh,
received the phone
no.
call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
asking
I don't remember this. I'm
Hi,
sorry, I
Bob.
don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it, I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memories, okay? Are you not?
If you're talking about the chap with the underbite or overbite with the jaw facing towards Alan Jackson with the tiny table, his name is Mr. Wolf. He's replaced Tiny Table Craig. Yes.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Answering these questions based on your memory is okay.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
So that's a lot of words for a yes/no answer, isn't it? A lot of words. BRB chat.
Sure.
Sure.
188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question. I just have to do this to the record. Refresh your recollection. Look at the transcript.
I'll look at it, yes. Okay.
Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, or who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. We've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Yeah. Finish that answer?
Yes.
Look at those two looks at the jury. Can you believe he just said that? And you know what? Bev, I don't think it
Same.
pushes him.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying to lie.
Jim.
Yes. Questions about who you contacted at the grand jury. You didn't need to have your recollection refreshed anyway. You said, talk to Kerry.
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Triple Prince as well. Karen Reed.
An intern, I think.
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 3430 in those early morning hours. Correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing.
Terrible timing by me to put that over the top. Nefarious. Jenn looking like a fucking demon right there. Always. Who was it? EDB lost her ever-loving mind about AJ's response to this. It was a little bit superlative. He didn't need to. The jury would have gone like, what the fuck? Nefarious? What? Wait, what?
Days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No. No, not at all.
Later that morning, January 29th. And by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
The day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Is that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John.
That's what she said in the first trial, right? She said, I told Karen to come here first. Oh, I don't think Jennifer McCabe's got big enough boobs to pop out of that shirt, but yes, point taken. She needed to show that cross. Runkle said, I'm surprised that cross isn't like catching on fire being on her skin. How very Katie McLaughlin of you, Jennifer McCabe. It doesn't make you look like a God-fearing woman. It doesn't make you look like a truth teller. It just makes you look like a fucking idiot.
And instead of saying, I'll come meet you and I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to come to your house to go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it. My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report now.
Because
Do you deny it? Do you deny it?
You told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. Exactly.
The objection is sustained and will you strike that?
Argumentative.
You also told.
Okay.
May I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Ms. Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? Scratch this thing on.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having.
I'm just going to pause to say, hey, 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 thank you all so much for being here. If you're going to dip now, totally get it. You don't go on slow mode here. You can chat with your friends here. But if you're going to go, come back and watch the rest on replay. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment. But thank you for being here. It's been great so far. We're only just at the start of this masterful display of attorneying.
Having picked you up, correct?
I told him, she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
System.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently. That's Steve.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it?
Hi, Squirrel.
Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
Yes, Jim. I'll see you in Melbourne.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was.
Oh, she's falling over her words a little bit now, isn't she? Hey, there's a new poll thanks to Stephanie blah blah blah. Whose teeth are going to be whiter, Jenn's or Matt's? And go.
Broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible?
Yes, that was one way.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other, coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, the poll is neck and
Can you
neck
tell
at
me
the
if you
moment.
recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that two-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a looks like a group
Looks
chat.
like? What is it, Jen? What is it?
With me and my sister Nicole. Or no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister Nicole.
Yeah, yes. For sure. Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
Sure.
Steve, that's a good one. Oh, she's taking a big sigh. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to Fat Matt on the stand. He will bend like a plastic straw in the fire. I wonder if he'll have lost some weight. I mean, Furrow's Nuttall had lost some weight. I wonder whether being called Fat Matt might have been the best motivator for the weight loss challenge. Maybe he's been doing the splash of Crystal Light in his drinks and laying off the potato skins. Who knows?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one of you?
I'll just leave that one. I got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another
Yay, Dave.
series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Tori.
Yes.
That was
I would
so
ask Mr.
weird.
March,
So weird.
I'm sorry, move the evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard.
This to me was sus. When Bev says, you heard Trooper Garino, and I probably should have given this admonishment or this limiting factor before he read out all those texts. Weird, huh? How she's giving out this admonishment to say, like, it's to cover Jenn's character a little bit. I mean, I'll just take it with a grain of salt, jury. But when Garino was reading out Karen and John's texts, no admonishment.
Heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication.
Pick a flavor of what, Dave? It depends. It does sound weird, doesn't it, Tori? Very odd. Jim says Matt used the phone to photograph jurors, in my opinion. I don't know about that, but I thought he was screen recording things. I mean, not screen, like recording things, but I don't think it was. The first time it was Madam Court Reporter, the iconic Madam Court Reporter's phone. And then after the break, it was his own phone. I wonder if Julie Albert will bring her readers this time. Remember how Misty and Eddie lent his readers?
Was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms.
Jenn's eyes.
McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right.
That's my flavor,
now
Dave.
That's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes. Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make
That's what she said. And Shelley says, I think it's out of line for Bev to say this here in the middle of testimony. I'm pretty used to whenever they're bringing something in that needs to have an instruction for the jury, that they'll, not just in this trial, in all trials. But I find it more weird that she didn't give the same instruction when Nick Garino was reading out Karen and John's text stream. Wow, she was rolling her eyes at Bev, huh? And I missed Brooklyn's point, so I'll go back and find it.
Bigger. And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms. McCabe, do you need lights on? Or
I'm in the blue bubble. Ha ha.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
At 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Kerry?
Kerry Rob.
Okay, so NH Jude asked a question. Help me. She said, you can't consider this for the truth. Help me understand that. Boomer, non-lawyer, NH Jude. So, Steve, what that means is this is hearsay, right? This is conversations between not the party opponent, so not Karen Reid. So this is technically hearsay. So there are hearsay exceptions. You're allowed to introduce hearsay into testimony if it's not being given for the truth of the matter asserted. So, but actually it is. So this goes to state of mind of Jennifer McCabe, the witness on the stand, and what her state of mind was during these text threads, right? These interactions. So Bev saying this is not to be considered as being truth. It's just to go to state of mind. However, it is going to truth. So that's why Hank objected. And Bev has to allow it because it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted technically. It's going to state of mind. However, in actuality, it's a little kind of loophole where AJ's actually offering this as being fact, like truth. So it's that. Hope that makes sense. See, Esquire. This is why you watch the law tubers, not just like YouTubers. Like I'm both. Lol.
Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wolf, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Dark Cloud said Jenn's just an accessory after the fact, so she should take a plea deal. Here's the thing. Let's, for the sake of this argument, assume that Karen is acquitted on all charges. Fingers crossed. Anything could happen with a jury. Let's just assume that's what's going to happen. there will be no prosecution of anyone else. There will be no prosecution of anyone else, unfortunately, even if the Commonwealth had this epiphany of realizing that, wait, the McAlberts did this. According to EDB, it basically is unprosecutable. This crime now will not be prosecutable for any other, even if it's undeniable that, let's say, the Bryans and Colin were the actual murderers, because that prosecution then would be impossible to do, because the defense team or attorney for that defendant or those defendants, those co-conspirators, will simply say, but you thought it was Karen Reid, but you thought it was Karen Reid. It almost never happens, sadly. So it's not just that the Commonwealth and or the Mass State Police and whoever, even the feds, that they're not going to do it because thick blue wall, whatever you want to say. But in terms of prosecuting an alternative suspect after this has already gone to trial once, it's an impossible thing for the prosecution to win. So they'll once whatever happens at the end of this, if there's a hung jury, I guarantee you the Commonwealth will go again. If she's completely acquitted, even if she's even if Karen, God forbid, is convicted on 1, 2, or 3 charges, she won't be, but even if, and then exonerated later on through the appellate process, even with undeniable evidence, it's very unlikely that anybody other than Karen Reid will ever be pursued for the death of Officer John O'Keefe, sadly. I learned that this week. LawTube.
Response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from...
Hearsay is anything that's not by the party opponent. So conversations, ex parte conversations had amongst others being brought into evidence is hearsay. It doesn't matter if it's not verbal words or retelling by a witness of what someone else said to them. This is what someone else said to Jennifer McCabe in text form, right? So it's hearsay. It's a hearsay exception. That's why it's been brought in. But Hanky objected because he has to, for the record.
My sister, Nicole.
To whom?
To me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Final sidebar. Dave, I don't do any hard liquor. I used to. I've done my dash on all of the things. I think Nick would like you to have a Zambuca. But tequila? I don't know. If I was having hard liquor, straight up, I would just have vodka.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is
Miss
from
Shorty,
you to
you're
Coco,
muted.
to
Miss
Nicole?
Shorty, you're muted.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Miss Shorty, you're muted.
What did you mean
Miss
by
Shorty,
any
you're
update?
muted.
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new.
It can't be.
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
Thanks. That took me a long time to work it out. I'm like, what? I'm not muted. What are you talking about? What's going on here? Could you hear them? Just not see it? Something professional. That's me. Hi. And there's like 3, not sharing screen, not sharing screen, not sharing screen. I am now.
It is 1:29 in 2022 at
The longest
8:01
time.
p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Same reason, Steph. Same reason. Same reason. I'm scrolling. I don't need to see what disaster was going on. The inflections in these texts is comical. No video. Boom. Could you hear it though? As long as you could hear it. That's all that matters. No, you're not. Hey, wait, what? Right. We can't see court. Fuck. You should know me by now, chat. Even if there was enough evidence, it will not happen. Even if they had, like, it's so rare. It's so rare because it's the defense, there's too much reasonable doubt. How can you be prosecuting somebody else? You already went to trial not once but twice with Karen Reid. That's reasonable doubt. Straight there. Yes, professional.
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow?
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
Everybody else is in the blue bubble. Ha ha.
Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Correct.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at SideBAH.
It is, Your Honor.
SideBAH.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for
I do. I'm going to hand this one and ask this be marked. Okay. Foundational questions. Mr. McKee, do you recognize what was...
Wait, I wonder what she was thinking then as she was looking at him. Do you think she was like stabbing him with her eyes? Look at her. She's so alert. Danger.
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McKee?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one. Or
Good night, Steve.
Yeah.
Have a good night tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
Mwah. Thank you for all your support and your contributions.
Yes.
Yes.
It's been marked.
Say for identification or inevitable. Same objection, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Yes.
It's either very nice now.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text.
Nick, I implore you to get some soft blue vein. Cheese shop. Cheese. Right. Yes. Have a successful night tomorrow night. Yes, Candy. That's a beautiful sentiment. Thank you so much. Have a successful night tomorrow night. And oh my God, this. Doing charitable works feels good.
Text down.
And does good.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in DNA.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in DNA.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy.
I'm about to end the poll, and I'm going to start another poll because I had been thinking this already, and I'm going to do it. So if you haven't voted already, whose teeth will be whiter, Jenn or Matt? So far, Jenn is in the running.
McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay, that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions.
Pause, just because Nick.
I mean, good for them. I'm happy. But I just want to make sure that I am still held in the highest esteem of the system. It's not a deal breaker, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
Tell them the guy never went into the house.
You are, Nick.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is
right, Melissa?
Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
Agreed, Mr.
suggesting.
Neathook.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house. Correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house.
Yes.
This is in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
I'm laughing at
Exactly.
this. Not
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's OMG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do.
The old Jupiter's Delight. Yeah, I do make a lot of mistakes. Typos, girl. What, like Hoslong to die in cold? Or how long T.I. die in C-O-K-D? C-E-L-K-D?
Do a lot of errors.
Which is
Errors.
stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my
Next text,
God.
please. Who's this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole, to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom?
C-I-K-D.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole.
I-K-D. Thanks,
Yes.
Melissa.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
Nick.
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
What, compared to all the other times when you're not being truthful? I'm an honest and truthful person.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole,
right,
to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
It's too late, Steph. It's too late.
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Kerry referring to?
Kerry Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerry.
Who's Kerry?
Kerry Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who's on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Jenn wins the 55 to 44, 40 votes. Jenn's teeth are going to be whiter.
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
So we didn't hear that last time, did we, chat? Let's just go back. That to me just goes to show what they envisioned would happen and what did not happen.
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
What does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Kerry Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Right.
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed to the
Yes.
And later, a couple hours later, 5 or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed after.
No, sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you were.
I mean, Princey can plead guilty. I mean, legally, she could have taken an Alford plea. She's not going to. That's what they expected. They expected her to go, well, the evidence is far too resounding. There's too much evidence against me. I did not do this, but I will plead guilty to some sort of charges just because I know I can't win it. Karen didn't say that because she didn't win it. And it's not in her character. Sorry, Karen didn't say that because she didn't do it. And she knew that whatever evidence there might be, no, just no, we're going to fight this.
You listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay,
yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's a
from me
toughie,
to
Arthur.
Matt,
It's a toughie.
Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house.
Yeah, wow, I didn't make that easy, did I? I should have given both. I didn't. So you'll have to choose. Sorry, not sorry.
They were in your house with you and Kerry, that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please.
Not in an Alford plea. No.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister. Oh, sorry, Nicole. To myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Kerry Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please.
Pause. So I asked Google, Mr. Google, Dr. Google, about an Alford plea. An Alford plea is a type of guilty plea in a criminal court where a defendant does not admit a guilt, but acknowledges that the prosecution has enough evidence to likely secure a conviction. It is essentially a guilty but not guilty plea. This allows a defendant to maintain their innocence while accepting the consequences of a guilty verdict, such as sentencing and avoiding a trial. So that's now going to find where we're up to. This one? No. This? Yes.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
Hi,
What
Britt.
time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Kerry Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
This girl is Kerry, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's
Yes.
this from and who's it to?
This is from me to.
There was, I think, please the wrong verbiage. I think that, and it's these McAlbert idiots, but what they meant was she should have just pled guilty. That's what they mean by taking a plea. If she just pleads guilty, just says she did it. That's why they upcharged, because she didn't. She's like, fucking hell no. And hi, Britt Ketchell. She'll never do that, no.
To Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Kerry Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
Correct.
And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what did you write?
I wrote.
It clicked to Karen. Oh, I remember. She said it. Someone will remember. In one, I think it was in her body in the snow. She says she does mention. It's escaping my brain at the moment. I think it was when. Fuck. I'm going to just lie. I'm not lie, but I'm just going to make it up. I'm going to do a whole Jenn McCabe thing if I just say what I recall, because my brain doesn't recall. But that she did. It was within the first couple of months, weeks, something before Jackson was on the case. But it was David Yannetti, something, can't remember. I'll try to remember. I'll try to get my brain to remember. So much in my brain.
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear.
So the verbiage, I think, is where we're getting caught up, Princey. So there was never going to be a plea deal. They just wanted her to plead, which is different. Plead guilty to the manslaughter charge, the vehicular thing. And she didn't. So they're like, well, fuck you, Karen Reed. She dug in. They dug in. That. 3 days. Thank you, colors.
Hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I use the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to my
I'm
opinions
gonna
about
skip
Miss
forward.
Reed.
I'm skipping forward.
I want to change gears for a second, Miss McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to tease at the podium. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May?
I don't know. I just Color says they would have offered her a plea deal to plead guilty. They would have said, I don't know if it's a plea deal though. They would have just said, I don't think the Commonwealth offered her a plea deal, which is separate to pleading guilty. Colors, you know that. We've both had to choose what to say in front of a court. That's my understanding. There's never been any speak of a plea deal being offered. The charges were laid. She refused to plead guilty to those charges to avoid a trial, so they upcharged and went to murder 2, right?
In May
That's
of
my
2024, about a year ago. Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Kerry's daughters.
I don't think it is, Princey. It's my understanding that a plea offer, pleading guilty is just, it's different. A plea offer, if you, I'll Google it. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure I didn't go to law school. Princey did. Could be I'm getting
Is
owned
that
here
right?
and I'm happy to
Yes.
learn.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the...
Okay. Google. Is there a difference between pleading guilty and a plea offer? Yes, says Google. There's a key difference. Pleading guilty is an individual decision to admit guilt to a crime, while a plea offer, also known as a plea bargain or a plea recognition, involves a negotiation between the defendant and the prosecution for a reduced sentence or other favorable conditions in exchange for a guilty plea. Yes. Pleading guilty is a formal admission of guilt to a criminal charge in court. It means the defendant accepts responsibility for the crime and acknowledges that they broke the law. A plea offer, oh wait, you can't see this. Fuck. Sorry, I'm reading it. Okay. A plea offer or plea bargain is a negotiation process where the defendant may agree to plead guilty to a lesser charge or fewer charges than the original charges, right? So that's not what happened. They upcharged. Thank you. I'll go back to it. Sorry, brain. A plea offer or plea bargain is a negotiation process where the defendant may agree to plead guilty to a lesser charge or fewer charges than the original charges in exchange for a lighter sentence. Fewer charges or other benefits, or fewer charges or other benefits. This negotiation often involves the prosecutor and defense lawyer working to reach an agreement that is acceptable to both sides. Here's a simple way to think about it. Pleading guilty. You admit guilt, potentially leading to a less severe penalty. Plea offer. You might negotiate to plead guilty to a lesser serious charge or get a lighter sentence in exchange for your guilty plea. In essence, pleading guilty is the act of admitting guilt, while a plea offer is a negotiation strategy that can lead to a different outcome than pleading guilty to the original charge. That. Now, That's me sighing about something else. I'm going to go to the DUI guy one. I think, what the fuck, rather than try to go back to the testimony because his reaction's gold. So I missed the colluding bit. So let's watch Larry with his hilarious, dirty pause. This.
Never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen of witness.
Too.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Kerry Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
The mouthpiece.
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Look at Larry's face.
This is from my sister Nicole.
And that's dangerous because my mouthpiece needs to be controlled. She, Kerry Roberts, has no right to tell the police things that I did not tell her to tell them. And I was very angry with Kerry Roberts afterwards when I learned that she has been telling them things that I told her not to say. That's the part that she's not admitting to, which absolutely happened.
To myself, to Matt, to Brian.
This is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please.
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian. He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Matt.
Yeah. The police investigation is going to make me miss the basketball game. Yeah, guy's dead. Yeah, guy's dead. Guy's schmed. Who cares? I need to go to the basketball game. Can the police wrap it up, please? We know who the killers are. It's us. Who cares? Like, just.
This is Larry Foreman, DUI guy. He's great. In my opinion, he's neurodivergent and very animated, very entertaining, and good channel. Go and give him a subscribe.
I gotta go to the basketball game. More important stuff are happening. Dead Boston cops, schmops. Basketball game. Gotta go. And she's smiling through all of this. Like, oh, I gotta go to the basketball game. All of these people are gonna need an attorney by the time this is over. I just want to say this. Every single one of them is gonna need an attorney. And you know who else is an attorney? I am. And if you've been injured, 1-844-774-HURT. Call us anytime, 24/7. We have an answering service. Happy to hear what physical injuries you have sustained so that we can get you money in your pocket. Anyway, back to the video.
It says going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Kerry Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Kerry kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
These text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I
That's
knew
not the
all my
question.
texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
Oh my God. Oh my God. He went for it. Jackson, I love you. Marry me. Sorry, Chandler. He did not do this in the first trial. Jackson has gotten bold. This is a brand new Jackson, folks. He's like, I don't. Next text. You never expected anybody to see this, did you? You never thought the world is going to see this, did you? You didn't expect the defense is going to see this, did you? We have evidence that you two colluded and you four colluded. Objection. Oh my God. I'm about to cry, folks. Tears of happiness.
2 words.
Jackson is
Do
not
it.
pulling any punches this
Do it.
time. He
I love that.
just went for the knockout. Very rarely do defense attorneys do this. Everybody knows it's a very, very, very dangerous thing to do, to basically give the witnesses an out, because you're building. The jury already believes collusion. You don't even need to say it. But Jackson just went for it. He just said it. He just came out and said it. Oh my God. I'm sorry, folks. I can't calm down. I am in awe. I am in shock and horror in the best of ways. Don't get me wrong. Wow. I am melting. I'm literally, as I sit before you, I wish you could feel what I'm feeling in my body right now. I am melting into a puddle, formerly known as Attorney Larry Foreman. That is one of the sexiest things I have ever heard in my entire life. This right here, that statement right there, is sexier than Spicy Draco's TMZ guy. Well, I could say the same thing about having Amber Heard as a client for you, Ms. Bretta Hoft. This is evidence of collusion, isn't it, Ms. McCabe? Objection? Grounds? I have none. It really hurts my case. The liar objection. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I need to calm down. Okay. Woosah, Larry. Woosah.
He's not
We're
gay.
gonna go back. We're gonna watch
He's
it
got a
again, and then I want
girlfriend.
to see what happens.
Wait, he's got a fiance. He's not gay. When he said sorry, Chandler, that's a female. He's heterosexual. I mean, ostensibly.
Texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example.
Good morning,
what we've
Rita.
just seen of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
And move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment.
Shut up, Bev. Look at Jen looking at the jury.
Well, that's not a comment. That's a question. That's a question, Bev. And the answer is yes, that is evidence. Look, her face just melted off. McCabe, Jennifer, you can hide all you want. We can see the truth right through you. She didn't even flinch. She was like, and? Evidence of
she's
collusion?
gorgeous.
And? Someone in her position being accused like that would be, if false, they would be up in arms. What are you talking about? That is not collusion. Are you crazy? She's like, I need help here. I need some protection. Come on, Brennan, speak up. Come on, Bev. We're all in this together, remember? All working together now. Wow. He just went for the throat punch and he got it. She all but admitted it just with her actions and her face. The jury saw it. And Jackson knows that the jury believes it. And Bev coming to her rescue is not even going to put a dent in this. If anything, the jurors are now, from this moment forward, thinking Jenn, Bren, and Bev are all in this together.
I don't know about
and
that.
Jackson is the only one speaking truth in this courtroom because there was no comment. Bev is lying to the jury. That was a direct question. The question was, this is evidence of witnesses colluding their testimony, correct? And she's like, no side comments. You are to disregard any side comments that Jackson is doing because those are side comments that we don't like and it hurts our case and our cause. So please disregard the bad questions that we don't like and we don't want being answered in my courtroom. Thank you. This is the sexiest exchange I have ever seen in my entire life in a courtroom. To just go for the throat punch, risking the possibility that the witness is going to go, no, of course not, and excuse and eviscerate and unravel everything. But because Brennan came to her rescue, he actually cemented Jackson's question into concrete. Think about it. If Jennifer McCabe
Oh,
had a
could
chance
be.
to answer that
Could
in
be.
that moment,
I
she
said
would say, no,
ostensibly.
of course it's not collusion. You don't think it's collusion? No, of course not. This is just people talking. And maybe the jury would believe her or not believe her. Doesn't matter. But now he asked, this is collusion, isn't it? Objection. Now judge is instructing. The jurors are sitting there confused, like, that was a question. That wasn't a statement. She, by virtue of their own collusion in the courtroom, the interior collusion. So this is the exterior collusion we're talking about between Kerry Roberts, Jenn McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert,
Excuse me,
etc. Brian Higgins. That's the exterior collusion. That happened 3.5 years ago. Now the
I don't think he's gay. Speculating on a man's sexuality. I think he's autistic. I think he's flamboyantly autistic. He's a little bit quirky and a little bit different and very over the top. Love 10/10. We'll have to ask Nick about his fashion.
interior collusion between Bren, Jen, and Bev. Those three.
He might have taken an
those
American name.
three, their collusion. Now the jury is going to be aware of it. And if I was Jackson, I would keep highlighting this collusion, because the more dots they can plot on the graph, the more the prosecution is going to get destroyed, and they will get the trifecta, the not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, when this case is over, in my humble opinion. And then the feds are going to come in, scoop everybody up, and people are going to start getting locked up.
On that note, I think if anybody gets scooped up, it will be the law enforcement people and the Norfolk County DA people. Not necessarily the McAlberts. That's my take. Anyway, thank you, Larry. There you go, Akasha. You have a new channel to watch. Yes. This now.
Lank residence with Kerry Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
One more thing on Larry Foreman. Perhaps he had a very Russian surname and changed his Russian surname to be more Americanized. It probably isn't Larry either. His true name is some Middle European thing. Sorry, words. And he changed it to be more easily palatable for his profession and his new country.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours? Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from
after the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Siren.
Then I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
Did you testify, say, May 21st?
He's Larry Foreman.
Yeah. All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Kerry Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Kerry Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened. So
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated...
Chat. Dispelling all the myths here on Camp Shorty. Is the DUI Guy Russian? Larry Foreman. Larry was born in Leningrad, USSR. now St. Petersburg, Russia. His mother left the Soviet Union with him when he was 3.5 years old. His mother is a mechanical engineer and his father is a horse trainer by trade. Both are currently on Larry's payroll and work as paralegals in his firm. Before moving to Louisville, Larry lived in Cleveland, Ohio, and Breckenridge, Kentucky. He became a lawyer. Before becoming a lawyer, Larry trained thoroughbreds on the family farm for racing. While doing so, he served as the on-premises jockey. The thrill of winning the race runs deep in Larry's blood. There you go, chap. So we can put that one to bed. Can we? I reckon we can. We got this, chap.
By the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lang's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lang's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lang's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lang's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lang's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Right. Did Lieutenant show?
He didn't show me a record.
He just asked you.
He just asked me.
Did he tell you during the course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lang's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense? Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year. Had you ever
Pause. One more thing, because what the fuck just reminded me of this. I can't play many of my shorts because I can play some of them, but some of them got music underneath them. Oh, by the way, this one 7.1 thousand views. Wait, why is it quiet?
Then we'll deal with this later today. I ordered those text messages and they weren't delivered. So we're going to be bringing the jury.
Just saying. But what was I going to say? This in honor of what we didn't get to hear much of this time.
Yes.
Jenn!
Yes.
Jenn!
One more time.
Yes.
Jenn!
Perfectly timed to be used as something in a music something words. Now I'm gonna find where I was up to before. Goodness me. This. Back to Jenn.
Reported that you went to Michael Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Kerry's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, she did, but only once.
You did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lang at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brown on your way up.
Yes.
Dave, scandalous. Hot take from Nick. He was like, well, she's looking much more glam. Nick also thinks that Julie Grant is attractive. So there's that. Sorry, Nick. Name and shame.
Thank you.
You have the
She
document in
did
front
do
of
it
you?
again.
Let's take a look
That
at
was
the
in
first
the,
page of that document,
direct.
just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that?
Pause. Also, Arca says, but she forgot 2 stops between Meadows and Lanks Place. Also, remember Kerry Roberts, AJ made a very distinct point of saying, and you didn't go via 34 Fairview on that trip to Lanks? And she goes, no, why would we? It's not on the way. And AJ goes, exactly. So, hope the jury is paying attention because that shows collusion between Kerry and Jenn.
That document. Yeah.
I'll see you, counsel at SideBAH. May I have that, please?
Can I continue?
Ew, Nick.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
No, she said they didn't.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call out?
That's Juliana Nagel. No, Julie Grant on Court TV. Not attractive.
Box in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
BRB chat.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay.
Chat is
Looking at page 5, do you see a location pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Oh, Shelley. Good spot. I think she's rubbed her forehead. Jen's bronzer kind of moves down her forehead this day. Forehead. Like, I understand completely the contouring of the face. This is what takes me the most time to get this ready in the morning is, or for the streams, is my face and getting all this all layered up. She's missing a bit on the forehead. She's been sitting there going, oh my fucking God.
Okay.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6. Do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that again? What is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
Actually, Dave, that's wild. What about 227 pages in the grand jury transcript? Lol.
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7. Do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
Fairview.
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
Jeez,
So just to
Louise
be clear,
maiden.
the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Chat is
Yes.
bae.
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one.
Okay. The same address on
As Mike
Oakdale?
Lang. As Mike Lang.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date?
Pause. Interesting. Sorry, side quests galore tonight. We've got to get all of our Camp Shorty feral in, but we can't even be feral, so we're just doing some educational shit. Too many 227s. Zelda was in our chat last night, Melissa, and gave me a lovely shout out, Lady Zelda Kelly. I need to have more hours in the day because I need to watch all the content I want to watch. Thank you, Steph, for sending me that clip of Zelda shouting me out, shouting her out. And now we can go into an endless Matrix shout out cycle, Inception. Okay, angel number 227 is a sign of good fortune, John. Your angels need to be trusted by you. Your life is about to take a turn for the better, and rewards will soon enter your life. This number is a sign of encouragement from your angels for you to stay strong and persevere because hope is in your future. I'm going to say that's for Karen. The angels were watching. I believe very firmly in angel numbers. 427 and 327 are some of my favorite numbers. But there you go, chat. We're learning all the things.
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do,
got you.
yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lang's address, maybe?
No, Steph. Life. Wait. Oh, what am I doing? Life. No. You saw that clip and sent it to me. I love that. Oh, fuck. What am I doing? Generally end with that. Don't apologize.
6 or 7 minutes.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, depending.
You're going to have to Google that yourself, Akasha, but
We were talking
333
about
is a good one.
What happened when you were at Mike Lang's that evening?
Angel numbers, big
By the way,
time.
does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lang's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30.
Her upper lip's starting to catch on her teeth. Mouth dry a little bit, huh?
Correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston. Is that right? The greater Boston area?
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was
Yes.
still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
He keeps adjusting that shirt, huh?
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Kerry Roberts and Michael Lang's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
He had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
Oh, what am I
Freezing out,
shaking?
Correct.
What am I shaking? It's a protein drink because I'm fucking starving. Chocolate protein thing. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Jenn. I'm like, I don't know what she's shaking. She's shaking. I'm looking at Jenn. Is she shaking something?
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restaurant at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Kerry was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Kerry Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually
I thought
drove
no more
from
government
your
cheese
personal
left.
residence to Michael Lang's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lang's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason.
I don't
to drop the
remember.
child off from your house.
Ray says differently, ma'am.
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went to your house and did make a pit stop.
It actually can't work either. It actually can't work because where was Lexi? With all of this, I can't remember, but it doesn't actually work. Who was that? Too many Lord tubers. It can't work. Lexi couldn't have actually been there.
The 34th period before you went to Microdots house.
We drove by and
I live by myself,
stopped,
so if I
yes.
fluff,
Slowly
I fluff.
Stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you come up to the line and just stop?
I think Kerry and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
Thanks, what the fuck?
I don't believe so.
Possible.
We're going forward through this. Thank you. Expediency. Love your work. Oh, too far. Walk and talk, chat. Walk and talk.
The summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We just got
Michael
over those records,
Crocker.
correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
What?
Then in September or October
can't
of
remember who noticed
2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor.
Thanks,
Trooper Tully sat
Arca.
down with you
Sleep
in that,
well.
I think it was a September, maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor
Yum.
prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor?
She's
prior to
not
September of
comfortable.
2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Trooper?
Can I just refresh y'all's recollection? Good night, Arca. Thank you for being here. Jenn's posture in the first day of cross-examination, she had her, I was going to point to my TV. You can't see that. She had her shoulder closest to us. She was leaning on the edge of the chair. She was super cruisy. Let me just go back. Watch as she's doing that old turtle thing. Who was it? Wait, Rob, Lauren Lumber was calling attention. He was going between the 2 days of testimony, showing her different posturing, and she's just goes, so she's very hunched, and she's, like Color says, she's moving her shirt about. Watch her body.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
So uncomfortable.
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the
Look at
report
her.
because I know
Look at her.
I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, if you told her you never met Trooper Proctor for September 2023, that would be thorough at that, right?
You have to ask an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and
She's
gentlemen,
looking very
I
hunched.
instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023.
Oh,
Would that have been a
Dave,
truthful or an untruthful statement?
debunking that one. Delphi is not a city. Delphi is a very tiny little town. I can't remember the population, but it's like 4,000. Joe will correct me.
Exactly like you said.
Okay. Come to SideBAH, please.
Very small
Next
town.
question.
Very
Yeah.
small
Did
town.
Trooper Tully, did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had
Rural.
never met Elizabeth Proctor or
Semi-rural.
Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote.
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior. Well, it was a,
Did you tell Lieutenant Tully that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
But we're talking
So
about
this has been
this,
asked and answered.
Joe.
Move on, Mr.
Topic reminder,
Do
Joe.
you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Thank you, Melissa. Night, baby son.
Let's talk
Son?
for a second
Mom
about
time?
your phone calls to
Mwah.
John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26. Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. You indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe
We love you, Dave.
in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about
Jen.
12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m.
I'm ending
correct?
the poll.
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between-
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Don't make that noise.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18
Dave had the Zambo.
and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There's a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
What is that?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You denied speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There's a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls that you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes.
And that's important with your memory, right? You indicated that you called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it. I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were. These 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute
not.
to those phone calls.
It's what it says, but it's
Is that
not
right?
what it is.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that? I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Once you confirmed that at the last hearing, a year ago, whether or not those phone
Shelley, you asked before whether you thought she was genuinely tired or faking tired. I think she's genuinely tired. This would be grueling for her, particularly because she's not winning this day, right?
calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection. Do you remember that? I remember you asking previously, yes.
He looks so sour.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
Yes, Nick.
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? You have an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone requires a biometric or a passcode to get into the other phone. That's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And your phone requires some sort of biometric interaction phone, or whether it's Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone is open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
And also,
All the time. Like all the time. All the time. It is very possible to butt dial, but not butt hang up and not but voicemail and not how she says it. Let me scroll through a little bit. I just made that noise that Jenn made. Sorry about that. Chat. Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Don't smile.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you went to Kerry,
Oh, I'm sorry.
what time
Okay.
did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone.
I don't think so, Dave.
That's fine. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockamuck Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up Foundation.
All
What
the time,
application on
Joe.
phone? Was it
All
Safari?
the time.
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockamuck Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Mr.
what.
Jake, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockamuck Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27.
Man, she refuses to say it. It's the 2025 edition of say it, say chowder.
7 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of
certainly
my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's
right.
That's a layup. To use a basketball term, right?
right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it.
SideBAH. Equally embarrassing is when you screenshot a conversation to send to someone else. Like, can you believe this fucking guy? And then you actually accidentally send the screenshot to the person, and not like the person, not the person you're going to show, but the person of whose conversation you were screenshotting. Done that more times than I'd like to admit.
You've been asked about it dozens
I
of
double
times,
check
actually.
now.
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockamock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only
Still
two
got my
things that I
shirt tucked in,
Googled.
by the
I
way.
didn't ask you what you
I love
Googled.
that shit.
I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
Wait.
You don't know, as you say, but you don't know.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockamock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been correct.
Yes, they have.
You've been funded with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And
Same.
Mr. Lally,
That's why I say it.
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that?
Oopsies. It's not one I remember doing or making. Or remember. What did she say? It was bad. Either way.
You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one
It's not one I remember doing or making or did.
that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
And let me get a knife so I can stab you in the eye. Shank, 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 Alan Jackson. She's
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
I don't have a paper
Wait.
copy.
Did
but
you hear?
I'm going to ask you to take a
Sorry,
look.
bad. Did you hear Bev's yes? See, Bev is loving this. Bev is loving this. I know everyone hates Bev. I also hate Bev. Bev is loving this textbook impeachment because it's textbook. It's textbook. Did I go back? No.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that.
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay.
This is why they object, the yes column, the deleted column, because, you know, can't have that shown. Can't have the actual SideBAH extraction shown, can we? Got to have Mr. Whiffen's fucking PowerPoint. Took out the columns that weren't needed. Chat, what about how SideBAH changed their program? I lost a lot of respect for SideBAH when I heard through Whiffen, don't know if I can believe him, but I guess, that they changed how they do those extractions to show that because of this case. Wow. Wow.
Take it down.
Take it down.
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House
record.
Counsel at SideBAH.
SideBAH.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, so Jenn's fucked. Let's be honest. Next clip. Thank you, Miss What the Fuck. You're the besticles. Way better than testicles. Way. 209. Ooh. This was good. This was good. Where he went through and saying how she was taking charge. That was this bit, wasn't it? God, I've seen it so many times. But we're going further. We're going there.
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely in the circle as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
I did not.
Ms. McCabe,
We already played it. Dave, can't play it again.
when you
Everyone
got to
leaves
the
when we play
scene-
the songs.
please take your time. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation?
This is
High
great.
intensity emergency situation, correct?
And it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911.
Wait, just I'm sorry I keep running it back, but just watch the way, you know how she used to look before at the jury and she'd slow, I mean, I've got it sped up, maybe I'll slow it down, but her glances to the jury are becoming fewer and farther between. And she ends up not really looking at the jury at all. She's just like it. And look at her here, how she's sitting. To me, that looks like she's ready to go. She's got that whole body language thing of when they've got suspects or persons of interest in the police interrogation room and where they put their feet close to the door, ready to, like, they just want to get out of there. She looks to me like she's poised and ready, like, get me the fuck out of here.
911 to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it's about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Sarah
Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. So her confidence in her, you believe me, right? Looks at the jury have gone to alert. She knows what's coming.
For about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Sheriff got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash.
I'm pretty sure we did that. Yeah, don't worry about you're definitely allowed to use all caps here. Defense vest. It's very much embraced here in Camp Shorty. Seriously, Google Article 14 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. Sorry about the caps. Isn't that what we looked at last night? Motion to scream. What the fuck? I think it was definitely a 14, but yeah, all caps are all good.
Dash cam says yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, this is my friend?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I wanted help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no?
Fuck off, Jen. Joe says, my biggest annoyance with Ajax in this line of questioning is that he adopts her way of saying correct. Correct? It must be contagious, even for a boy from SoCal. I think correct, right, isn't that right, isn't that right, are all common punctuating words at the end of a cross-examination way of questioning. And so if it's the way he's saying it, his accent, then I think it's probably a little bit of intentional, like Steph says, and a little bit of the mirroring thing. I don't, yeah.
Oh, did you say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
We ain't got no quit.
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have
Do you think that might have
Bullshit.
been something?
Fuck off, Jen. Bullshit. As if she had said there's a Boston PD officer, would have taken her what, 2 more syllables? No, wait, man. Police officer. Wait, police officer. Okay, some extra syllables. She had time to call Nicole twice. Get the fuck out of here, Jen. That's bullshit. The jury's going bullshit. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. It's all hands on deck. Anywhere. As soon as there is an officer fallen, it's bullshit. It was intentional. Intentional.
Important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Gary Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct.
And none of you were paramedics.
Rule 14. Right. Yes. Rule 14 in terms of discovery violations. There's like Rob, Lauren Lumber said last night that Rule 14, sorry, I'm just thank you, what the fuck, for sending me that link. Rule 14, there's discovery violations. They're very common from both sides in all trials. They're technically violations, but if they're not intentional, they're not sanctionable. So we're all good.
Paramedics?
No.
None of you are first responders?
No.
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained? Means again, first responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Bullshit.
Okay.
I'm going to go even further than that, Brit. She needed him to die, so he wasn't a living witness. I think that they knew he was already dead. I think they waited till he'd bled out as much as he'd bled out and didn't really have a pulse to put him outside. The only reason they had to warm Officer John O'Keefe's body up was to officially call the time of death to a point where his dead body was the temperature that you can definitively say, yes, they're dead, because there's been instances where people have been pulled out of like ice cold water, etc., where they called their time of death, and then when their body warmed up, they had heart activity. So that.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
So if you can't hear a Texas accent, I think that did ya is a little bit Texas.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in?
Also, David Unetti on the front steps of the courthouse after the mistrial was declared, and they all went out, the defense team and Karen went out on the steps, and Alan Jackson said, we don't have any quit. And then, no, we ain't got no quit. That's why we say it. And then David Unetti says, to quote my fellow, I'm not from Texas, but to quote my fellow, my whatever he says, but like that, definitely Texas.
Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30
Unlike
feet away.
me,
You were
Nick.
staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house?
Bingo.
I
Yes.
did, yes. There were warm blankets in
Just
the
say
house.
yes.
They
You still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and
Did you?
attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about
It
going
felt
in
weird.
the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life. You weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but
SideBAH. As a people manager and as a human, there is nothing that grinds, well, there's actually lots of things, but something that grinds my gears very, very deeply and loudly is when people don't just, like, the buck stops, just to acquiesce, just say yes, just answer the question, just answer the fucking question. Stop skating in around and all the bullshit. Fuck, she's full of shit.
I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brother Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those two very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on
Look at her imploring facial expression. She doesn't have that much Botox in her skin, actually. I think her skin's just taut because she's so thin. Then Dark Cloud says, well, the 2:27 a.m. Google search, then 6 a.m. till 3 hours and 30 minutes. And then getting Karen back to find the body. I think they were actually stalling as long as they could, they being Jenn and Kerry, to get, and Karen insisted that they couldn't, they managed to stall a whole hour between when Karen first called Jenn and Kerry. Between that and actually finding him, they were pushing it out as long as possible. So they had their way, I believe Jenn and Kerry, Jenn with Kerry as her puppet, would have liked for it to have been later. The speculation is that Julie Albert was supposed to be the one to find John's body. That's why the whole driving over in the blizzard, the ass crack of dawn, Sparrow's fart, with donuts in a blizzard for baby Brian. It was a ruse that it was, but Karen was too insistent. She was acting crazy. Righto.
On John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
You all right? I have two more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead.
Defense Vest said Brian Albert couldn't come out because he loses the extra protection that mass declaration of rights provides property owners and criminal activity. Yes, and there's speculation he also had probably some black eyes-ish, some sort of facial, good work, John, and a busted up shoulder because he had shoulder surgery very soon after.
Dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know that they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all.
Okay, so that's wild. That's wild. Something happened on the front lawn that had absolutely nothing to do with anything inside the house. I need to know more about that. Stay posted, chat. It's about to get even better.
All because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was tail light found next to him.
Oh, Joe's luncheon break.
I love how fucking AJ was clapping and like punctuating every word. Amazing. And because he wasn't yelling and arguing with her the whole time, that was so impactful, right? So powerful. At that moment, she didn't know that Karen had a cracked taillight. She knew she had a cracked taillight, but the pieces, let's go back. Just because it's so good. I have a short video on this and maybe a clip as well. I don't know, something. Ooh.
John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You
Hi,
knew
listen
she
to
wasn't
me.
in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was tail light found next to him.
Oh, Joe's luncheon break. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
No.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKay.
Good afternoon.
Lol to the weather question.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling,
Okay,
just starting
Jen.
to fall.
Okay, Jen. Yes, I've heard many law tubers, defense rests say that there was absolutely probable cause when a dead person is found outside a home, police officer or not. Probable cause all day long. He doesn't have to come out of the house, so that might be the Massachusetts declaration thing that you're talking about, but absolutely probable cause. Every single attorney, and I like Bob Motter from Defense Diaries, Emily D. Baker, Andrea Burkhart, everyone, Runkle, everyone. I know I just said that twice, but definitely Runkle.
Starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming out the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Fuck. Also, yes, exigent circumstances, yes. And think about on the dash cam when AJ, we didn't watch it, but excuse me, when AJ points out to Jenn the dash cam footage where she's the one taking control. She's the one talking to all those law enforcement officers. If they didn't already know that Brian Albert, pish posh as if they didn't, lived at 34 Fairview, as if Jenn wasn't making sure they weren't going to go in, just such in those conversations with Lank, with who else was there first? Good, was it Sean Good? No, he was I can't remember. But as if that wasn't one of the things she was saying, just like making sure.
Yes, obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and
John in the scene to help out.
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
Which is a good point, which is sus, right? It's sus that, it's not sus that Brian and Nicole didn't come out of 34 Fairview. That was, for me, the biggest indicia of them being, it's just the biggest indicia of, okay, well, maybe those other law tubers haven't looked up that statute, but that's my understanding. As if it's dirty paws, suck it, Jen. As if it's not sus that no one else came out. Were they just still too cold? Why didn't they come out? Yeah, exactly, Akasha. Hi, Heather. Good to see you. I think that's sus. I don't think it's sus that Brian and Coco didn't come out because we know why they didn't come out for whatever reason. I don't know whether Brian Albert knows the statute. Well, maybe he does. I don't know. I think his main reason they didn't come out was no, Princey, thank you. I think the main reason that Brian Albert didn't come out was because there was some issues with his appearance and his health and well-being as a result of the events that happened earlier.
There's a house right across the street from 34th.
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain, panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockamonk before you went to bed, were you in the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Strike the fear and panic off. You can answer that.
They went and knocked on Kelleher's door to get the solar cups, but that was a bit later. That was like 8 a.m., I think.
Same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
That's it.
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was
wasn't Jenn's health data, her healthcare data, showing that she had a lot of activity and a lot of elevated heart rate all night? She wasn't lying on her bed.
Elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Yes, it was the deputy chief, Heather. It was the deputy chief, Kelleher.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Kerry and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Plenty of
Could have
time.
been.
Plenty of hours to make sure Peggy was definitely hating on Karen enough to frame her, or to blame her, or both. I just want to get to the weird text messages. I probably could scroll this way. Walk and talk chat, because these text messages are weird.
It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms.
You a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17,
He's trying to combat to get ahead of her health data, I think.
a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it say?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Thanks,
I got you.
sorry.
I got you. Yeah, thanks. Oh. Okay.
Date from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts.
No, the text messages that weren't to anyone in the group chat.
Yes.
I don't know what to even do. So
Wait.
you were also, this is awful, Jen. I'm in shock.
Wait. Sorry, chat. Walk and talk.
You were also, this is awful, Jen. I'm in shock.
That'll do.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Miss Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm
I would
down.
have wine too.
Yes.
No shade. Wine's good.
171 at 2:06:35. on 129-22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just
Shock
feel
and
so
horror.
sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm gonna read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 213-41 on 129-22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that
Okay. Thanks, Hank Brennan. We hate you. The end.
no further questions?
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, maybe with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion.
Shelley, that's a vein. She's freaking the fuck out. That's 1 quadrillion% a vein. Huh. Good spot.
Combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34
Not yet,
Fairview,
Joe.
but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser is on the other side of Kerry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
To the side.
So
to
is
the
there a reason
side.
that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also
Side lawn.
some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some
Love
point
you,
told her to
Laura.
shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your
Also, Shelley, Laura, thank you for sticking around and listening while you're doing chores. Remember my whole sleuthing that I did about I thought it was bruising on her face from getting a beating, lol, from Brian Albert, potentially before her last testimony. She's still got the same marks, so I think they're probably acne scars that probably come out when she's feeling stressed, because she's also tucked her hair behind her ears, and she's ready for battle. This is it, the final countdown, the final standoff. And that's definitely a vein. Comes from just to the right side on our screen of the part, goes down past her eyebrow, and then when you look on her cheek, I don't know if you can see, but there's that same scarring, which I guess the blood flow to her skin, because she's in full alert mode. Get this shit over with. Very interesting.
of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped. Actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
Many have the same
You also
opinion, Heather.
indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the 2 law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or the Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped. And then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
She helped them solve the case. I just remembered, and the conversations in chat about the lights and sirens here. Let's watch this. Thank you again to Motion the Screen. What the fuck granted for doing all my work for me. I love you so much.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
Sorry, Richie, Microdots. Pausing to say, also, all that snow, the reflection of those lights are all being amplified and cast around, reflecting off the white snow. Even a dusting of snow would have had that effect. So the lights that would have been bright on any normal, not snow-filled or early hours of the morning, look at them. It's so red.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant
Stiff,
to admit
right?
that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up.
So, Kerry, you got to get off him, honey.
Thank you.
Been out.
Correct?
Correct.
You had no reason to believe they were okay. A man was dead, dying on their lawn, and your sister not answering the phone, and nobody is coming.
Wait, I didn't realize they had those Venetian shutters either. Light comes through them like hell. They're not very lights. Like it's not like they were blockout curtains. They were those shutter things, blinds.
Out to the chaos of Kerry Reed screaming on the front lawn.
Nice work, Richie. SideBAH, Microdots, dropmicrodots.com. If you Google Hoslong to Dying Cold, the first he's got the .com on that. Very clever. Anyway, let's do this last little bit. So yes, I call bullshit.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Right, Jody?
Or any of the text messages
He really
that
does
you just
have
read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so.
I will
don't
beat your
believe
ass.
so.
I will
And that
fuck
group
you
chat
up.
included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of them. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
I feel like maybe she's like, oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, you children, you fucking psycho bitch.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, there's none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those.
I love it,
numbers.
Dave.
You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be, again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't, one of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so
she's doing
don't
that whole
recognize
Wendy
every
Adelson
number.
thing.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
She's getting a bit flushed. She didn't like that whole child thing. She's gone all flushed. Her neck's flushed here all of a sudden. Flush across her nose. Different. Interesting. This is stressful.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Kerry Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
That's just what we were.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
Right.
You are all set. You are all set. Thank you, Alan Jackson, for bringing it home. He landed that plane time and time again on day 2 of cross-examination, didn't he? Yes. Yes, Akasha, totally different face from before. Flushed, the panic in her face, in her everything when So Dave's in the excuse me. Oh my God, I'm dying. Yikes. Dave's in the Uber. Dave's in the Uber telling the Uber driver about Karen Reid, and he definitely thinks she was set up, but they're also listening to Bob Marley, so that's a nice little balance there. Her neck was turning very red. Can we talk about what witness will be next at some point? So who's on the stand? Who came in? Oh, the forensic pathologist from the Mass State Police laboratory. She was there. So that's Janetti's going to finish her on Monday. Yes. What's her stress meter at now? Well, I think she's feeling like she killed it, and a man, but same. Her face went so pale. Yes. Oh, Brit, possibly. No, I did not. Let's go. Wait. Oh, I was answering a question that wasn't there. There it is.
I'd like to play a couple of clips on.
Yes. Thank you. Because I listen, I don't see a lot of this stuff. Let's go again. That's great. Yes, AJ. Love your work, sir. That's up there with when Trooper Paul walks out with his scurries out with all these little bottles in the first trial and his water bottle. AJ just glares at him.
Hi.
That's awesome. I think that was a suck it, bitch. I won that one. That was amazing. One more time. That was great. Hang on. Okay. What am I doing? This. I'll turn the sound off so it's not terrifying. And I'll slow it right down so you get the full benefit. Thank you, motion to screen. What the fuck, granted. Oh my God. Why am I like this? It's my mouse technique. Terrible. Hey, good point. Where is Paul? Peggy's not there either. Britt Ketchell says, where is Paul? Peggy left. Paul's not there either. I was thinking that this bald guy with the maroon colored shirt was Paul. No. So that there right behind David Unetti is Carl Dougal. Denise. So the guy with the maroon shirt, and so Jenn's sister, Denise, who is the scribe for the timeline, is sitting behind this woman here with the blue jacket on. I'm surprised Carl Dougal's allowed back in court. I guess this is a new trial. Who this? I don't know who anyone else is. Yeah, they did make Paul move back, but he's not there now. We believe that was what that conference. I'll clip it, Rach. Hi, I'm Miss Shorty. I'm a shorty who makes shorts. They had a half day. I think Paul was outside on the phone. The kids had prom. Ah, there you go. Kids prom. Interesting that it happened to be then, though, right? Yes, they did get in a lot of trouble. So yes, that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is it prom season? No. We don't. We do it different. That's not how we do it in Australia, Mr. Jackson. Great minds think alike. Motion to screen. What the fuck, granted. I remembered the video. Yes. So, hey, chat. Camp Shorty's done for another week. Oh, I'm a bit sad about it. Very sad. It is indeed prom season. Well, there you go. Yes. I will definitely clip that AJ walking out. That's gold. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm taking these things out of my ear holes because I don't know. I feel like there's something more to it. That feels like a very convenient thing when Jenn is getting destroyed on the stand. Suddenly, they're not there. Interesting. We do appreciate you all for being here so much. It's been a big one. 5 hours. Yes. Thank you for coming in, Heather. Any better late than never, girl. I will miss you all this week too. So next week on Friday, we'll do a recap of apparently it's full court days. We won't probably recap all. He has motion to scream said to me it's going to be 8 hours. Well, we did skip all of Whiffen, and I want to say I didn't pause too many times and have too many SideBAHs, but we did. Night, Salty. So next Saturday night, Salty will be joining me for a discussion on the week that was, or the fortnight that was, from a 13th juror, as it was. So Salty has got only new to the case, to the trial, so that's going to be interesting. Time yet to be determined. We might do a couple of hours of just going over witness testimony first, and then we'll do some key stuff with Salty. I can't wait either. It's going to be great. And Friday night, what we'll do is this next weekend, because it's going to be allegedly, according to Bev, 5 full days in court. So I guess we'll do just the key highlight witnesses. We won't review everything because it definitely will be 8 hours. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that will change. What did Heather say? Heather saying time blindness. I was late to my own stream. I am almost every stream. It's a vibe. It's a whole vibe. It's endearing and iconic. So thank you so much to everybody. Ruthie, Steph, Steve, me, or YouTube for gifting out memberships. Who else? What have I got here? What have I got? Let me hold. So we had, let me go through these. Thank you to Dennis in the thing. Butterfly became a member. Nicholas Stickless, thank you. Colors gifted membership. Steph gifted membership. Colors went to the strip club tonight. Colors, we had Donkey's Noggin going pink for free Karen Reed. And again, Colors, Ruthie, Mr. Meathook, Mr. Winner, and Salty gifted, and Salty became a member. So it's been a less. I managed to do some grifting tonight. I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm a terrible grifter for the most part. So thank you for everyone for your support, financial support, as well as always being here. I love you all very much. I feel like that'll be a great segue into SideBAH. So thank you, Motion to Scream, What the Fuck Granted. Thank you, my beautiful mods. Thank you, friends. Thank you, shorties. Drop a comment after the stream. Please. Have a look at my shorts. No, my shorts videos, content, my YouTube stuff, not my shorts. And Dave's going to get a free Karen Reed t-shirt. Oh, there's someone. And I'm about to put out a do it. I'd love that free Karen Reed design on the merch store. Well, Matilda is. Sorry, Ruthie. I call everybody. I call Steph. Usually I type. I call you Ruthie so often in chat that my phone auto corrects it to Ruthie with all the Y's. I'm not allowed to call Steph, but I do because apparently we just shorten everything here. So Ruthie, that's a term of endearment, and I love you, Miss Shorty for life. That's it. Good, Dave. Good answer. I'm not wearing shorts. I'm wearing trackies, as we call them here, sweats, and I have my shirt tucked in because I'm so cool. That's how I roll. Got my Miss Shorty merch t-shirt on, one of them. Bold and mysterious. Love, 1010. Queen Olive Ruth Ann. You'll always be Ruthie to me, girl. Special. Okay, Kay, 27 in chat. Thank you all so much. Have a fantastic week. Free Karen Reed, y'all. Oh my God, I went to the wrong tab. Of course. Always an anticlimax with me. Yikes. Free Karen Reed. I love you all very much. Mwah.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is bae, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is bae, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's a whole thing. Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is bae.